And I hope you had a good breakfast and a good shot of coffee this early in the morning. This is the community knowledge sharing event, Finding the Children Who Never Came Home. And this is being organized by the National Advisory Committee on Residential Schools, Missing Children and Unmarked Burials. So we just wanted to get things going and just welcome you all. I'm Lawrence Niali, by the way. I'm a community member here, originally from Pitsaki, but living and residing here. And on my right is my co-moderator, Tanya Lance.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Tanya Lance. Tanya Lance Sula. I'm just learning my own language. So that might have been a little rocky, but thank you for listening to that. I'm from the Lutsuke Dene First Nation. I am a mother to a beautiful daughter, Savannah. She's 26. And I'm also a caregiver to my two beautiful nieces, Anna and Faith. I'm an intergenerational survivor of residential school myself, and I'm very honored to be here with all of you today. So welcome again. Thank you. For those of us that are here in Yellowknife, we have interpretation in the Quichua language, and it's on channel 2 of your headsets. And for our online viewers, we have interpretation on the Zoom stream, and you can select Quichua, English, or French using the little globe symbol at the bottom of your screen. And before we get started this morning, we just want to get started in the right way by honoring the laws and protocols of our host nation, the Chief Dragies Territory. If we could ask the Yellowknife Dene drummers to come up to the stage to join us.
Damasi. Thank you so much for that, Tanya. Just for folks that are new to this territory, the Dene drum is a way that we honor ourselves and our community. So when they start, please just rise and take off your caps. Masi.
Hello, welcome to Yellowknife. My Yellowknife's Dene. We're from Deda and Dillon, like down the hill and across the bay. Don't be shy, come visit. The drummers are here. We're gonna do a welcome song, a prayer song, singing about angels in the sky watching over us when we're on the land, when we're on our journeys, doing what we're doing, and making sure everybody's safe, everybody's strong enough to go on. And elders always saying that you be proud of who you are and be thankful to the ancestors, because each one of us were here because our ancestors were strong people. They survived wars, they survived starvation, pandemics, all the catastrophes out in the lands like forest fires and floods and earthquakes and everything. So you be thankful for your families because they're strong people. Masi.
Thank you very much to the Yellowknife's Denny drummers for opening our meeting in a good way. Next, we would like Denny Elder, Jonas Sangries to come up to the mic.
Komodo. Please, good morning, everybody. Just say a few. We got translators, so say a few things in my language. Komodo. Was it that? So sorry. Indians in the gecko, the good Yagotisoni. Okay, on Taki good Tehode. And you were true not dizzy. What kids on cross carriers, that's a true not dizzy. But you see, what are you got dassy teaching? I knew we will. But Yakonat in there, school at in there. At last, did a good English. This is the level that he checks it. And that's a daily, but I want to work there. Yeah, Nita sits in Lasson. Or could send their Lasson sit in Lasson. I could dash this new phone there. I do work because you should cut it out, could squat in there. You thought, that's a deal. And therefore, that you don't do that. This is good. Because you will see the hand you actually got to that to check it. So. So not to not here for last. So I yell last task. Not China out the not chisel on car woman. You won't know Shamika was it. We deal with it. But she should in Diani, Yati, Yat. What not indeed on target yet I could send with it. I get the other good we get tail. Yeah, knew what you were not indeed. But see, that's indeed. So sad, the sound. I'd just like to say, welcome to Yellowknife, the home of YK Denny, the territory of Dragish territory, and the region of Acacia. Welcome to our region here. I think this can be a very important topic you guys are going to be talking about, and the things that happen. You know, when we were young, we all went through that. But today, are we going to make it better just by talking about it? Or what's going to happen? That's what some of the elders said. We're good to that. That's what they said. We talk about it often. Who do we went through? We went through the government. We all know that. It was hard. But today is different. You know, when you're here to visiting us in the communities, a lot of elders have talked about those things. It's very important. Those cases that happen. But importantly, we have got to ask the Creator for help. Creator is the only guy that could do things for us. You know, it's without him, we have to remember him every day. So with that, you guys have a good meeting. And we'll hear, listen to what we have to say. Thanks for in our territory. Much. And with that, we'll say one of our Father. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. The call of your children is always Tuesday. Mercy.
Masi, Jonas. Next, we'd like to do the lighting of the Kulik by Monica Itusar Duet.
I have. Monica, tu sors d'un rayon. Amit tourner d'accélération. Nunavut, Igloolik, Nunavut. My name is Monica Ituksaltwet. I'm from the Amitamyuk clan, land of no mountains. I'm originally from Igloolik, Nunavut, but I live in Toronto, where I work. And I'm going to be lighting this little kulak that I had made for my little great granddaughter. It's very small. This one's made of soapstone. And I have I brought another one that my son made, and it's made by cutting a frying pan. I'll show you. This is a travel kind. So my mother used to have great big kulak because it brought heat and light in the big igloo. And you know, when my father built the igloo, would be like deep freeze, ice and snow. But when my mother lit the kulak, brought light. There's so much wind here. Brought light and heat. And she would put a rack, like put some sticks, stick them onto the side of the igloo, and with the sticks that go down to hold the rack up. So the rack was used to dry clothes, kameez, mittens, whatever's wet or damp. And then she would stick a chain and a hook at the end where she would hang the pot of ice, melt the ice to make tea or cook with. And so that's how, like, my mother would be sewing, taking care of the kids, and also tending the kulak. And so that would be on all day. And what we use for oil is render the fat of a seal by cooking it. And tangina, we used to eat it like popcorn. So this is, in the winter time, when everything was cold, they would put the fat on a rock and they would pound it, and that's how they rendered the fat, and put the tongue in the kulak too. That's one way of doing it. So they would use seal fat, bearded seal fat, walrus fat, and whale fat. And I hear that whale fat gave off brightest light. And we don't have seals here, so this is vegetable oil. And any kind of fat works. Like I hear that in the mainland, the caribou people used to use the fat of a caribou. And I hear when they were lacking, during the time of starvation, probably, they would use the akyamok of a fish, the belly of a fish. They can use that as oil also. So I have here a wick that is made of, it's a Arctic cotton. I have a whole bunch here. You know, you've seen pictures of Arctic cotton. So I just plucked them off each and every one of them. Like they come out like this. You can also use, if you don't have Arctic cotton, they also used to use topsoil, cut that up and use the willows to hold the topsoil together. And you could probably use not Arctic cotton, cotton swabs, you know, anything cotton. And what we used to do in my region, Igloolik, Amitongmiut, like the sun would set sometime in November. And would come up, used to come up January 8th, 9th, 10th, around that time. But I hear the sun came up earlier this year. So when the sun came up, the children were asked to smile at the sun with one eye open and the other closed to welcome the return of the sun. And they would have return of the sun celebrations where my mother would douse out the flame and put out the old wick and pour out the old oil, put in new oil and put in new wick to celebrate the new year. And they would have drum dances, like they would build kagpil out of usually tugaliaga, which is like they would cut up the ice on the lake and build an igloo with the ice. And that's where they would drum dance and play Inuit games and competitions and things like that. So the return of the sun was a big thing. And that means that they will be certain to live again, not just survive. So the lighting of the kulit is being used nowadays to for opening ceremonies because it creates an atmosphere, a welcome atmosphere. And it's supposed to be peaceful if there was not too much wind. But I can feel the heat, even though this little puddle is so small. So what would happen is, like, during the night, the flames would turn low. And so, there would be a little bit of melting of the inside of the igloo. And when the flames are low, the inside of the igloo would turn to ice, which stabilizes the strength of the igloo. And you would need a little hole at the top of the igloo to let warm air out, carbon dioxide, so that there'll be oxygen, because fire doesn't burn without oxygen. So welcome everyone. Vietnamese.
I see. That was Monica. Monica Itusar Juet. Big Masi Cho. Thank you so much for that. And Masi to Jonas Sangres for coming up earlier, and the Yellowknife Dene First Nations for drumming us in.
So we're going to start with our opening remarks. If we could ask the Yellowknife Dene Chief Fred Sangres to join us. Okay, and then we're just going to move on with the Dene National Chief and the Assembly of First Nations Regional Chief for the NWT, Jerry Antoine.
Masi cho sa te da masi ne de sinese kai ta si kan de won kwa de ga ka ta si metare on de da se si ne jo na ta ni da masi ne de sinese. My name is Gerald Antoine. I'm the Dene National Chief, and I wanted to present a book to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. This is a book that was done to celebrate Dene, and we call this area the way that we connect with the land, Dene Day. And we've been here for many thousands of years. And it was only in October 1969 that we formed an organization called the Indian Brotherhood of the Northwest Territory. It was a branch of the National Indian Brotherhood. And this book was created in 1978 to celebrate the anniversary. And since then, we've become better known by our true name, Dene Nation. This year is a very special year for us because 50 years ago, 16 chiefs, at that time we had only 16 chiefs, they worked together, stood together to apply a caveat to declare prior interests to 450,000 square miles. And in this particular case, one of the chiefs was asked to see if they could put his name on the case. That's the way that the court system processes things. And there was a young chief, I think he was about 19, 20 years of age at the time, and his name was Francois Paulette. And that case is known as the Paulette case. And I remember I was just a young teenager at the time. And it was around the time that I went to Lester B. Pearson College. It's a United World College. And they talked about international understanding. And so when they talked about it, I could really relate with it because that's how our worldview was as Dene people. We have two simple priorities. One is the land. And in all the meetings and conversations, terminologies that you can see, they really shared the importance of the land. The other priority that they talked about was relationships. And the first relationship they also really emphasized clearly is the relationship with the land. And so the other relationship was with ourselves. They didn't say that we were status, non-status, half-breeds, or Bill C-31. They say we're Dene. Dene means of the river and of the land. And that's how I understood it when I first came into this world. Lived in rabbit skin. And that's where my life started. And a lot of our people, also their life started from where they were raised. And it had to do with the land and with the river. The other relationship was with others. And that's the reason why we're all here together. This is why there are many different countries that are here. It's because of others. And so these are the two priorities that our people really emphasize, is the land and our relationships. So I wanted to just to give this gift to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. And I would like to acknowledge the special recognition of all survivors, mostly to those that are working with the survivors' families in this journey, to frame the sacred steps forward where the families need to be the one that take the lead, that the families are fully engaged and involved, and that the families' leadership provide the guiding direction to support and assist the families to meet their needs of their functions and responsibilities as a family. So I give this gift to the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. The other thing is that I'd like to welcome the people, the National Advisory Committee. There's been a lot of meetings, conferences on this whole issue of the Indian residential school. And it's been mainly down below the 60th parallel. And so I'd like to really commend you for bringing this up north of the 60s. What I'd like to see is the support and assistance to the survivors up here, because there have been some initiatives that are going on, and we still need to come together to focus collectively on the steps forward for ourselves up here. And so we also need the support and assistance, so that way we could be able to do that. The other thing I'd like to mention is I'd like to thank the drummers for grounding us. And the former national or the former AFN national chief, Ovid Murgady, wrote a book called My Silent Drum. And on page 3, the first poem that he wrote about was about den of drums. And he shared his experience and observation regarding how that whole ceremony got him to really get grounded. And that's what is one of the functions of our family, and also the ceremonial activities that we do. It helps us to put our mind and our heart together. So I'd like to thank the drummers for that. I also like to thank the elder Jonas for also sharing in the language of this area of the land is really remarkable, because that's the way that we see the world. And it's very special, and it's one of the gifts that's been given to all of us. And that was one of the things that was not allowed in this process. The other one that I like to thank is Monica, about lighting the fire. And I like to thank all the mothers, the grandmothers. They're the ones that always have a special prayer when they light up a fire, because they really put it into perspective, the needs of the family, and that the functions and the responsibilities that we all have, that at the end of the day, it would be all good. So I just wanted to share with you that they have gotten us to be grounded here today. I'd like to thank these members of the family to be able to put things into perspective. The one thing I also wanted to share with you is that we're all in this together, whether we like it or not. And there are structures and processes that we've been challenged, and also we've been confronted with. And these are the structural, external structures and processes that have systematically done things to move things forward at the expense of our families. And it's not acceptable, and people have begun to speak the truth. And that's what the voices are all there. The other thing is that we can point fingers to these external structures and processes. However, when you point, you're gonna also have those three fingers pointing back at you. So that means that we also have our own structures and processes today that we need to be able to really look at. What is that? And so I'd like to also remind you that you need to be mindful of the word reconciliation. This is the word that is all on everybody's tip of their tongue. These are also utilized through the voices that you hear today. And so Richard Wakamas, an Ojibwe author, talked about it in his book, One Story, One Song. In his book, he talked about reconciliation. And reconciliation, the way he put it, it's an inside out work. And so that's something that that's one of the things that one of our leaders just recently wrote a book. In his book, he also lays it out in his own experience about that inside work that he had to do. And so that is not easy, but these are the steps, the acknowledgement that we have is that we need to acknowledge that we need to do the work. There's still lots of work to do, but we need to come together. And so coming together today is a step here for us north of 60. And I would really like to see that we have more of this. We've also had a group coming together about monuments. And we also see other things going on in some of the communities. There's been also attempts about residential school many years in Fort Providence. And so there's been some steps that have been done. We just need to come together to really look at how we could be able to do that. And I'd like to see something happening this winter. And I started talking to Kimberly Murray about that possibility. And I was also speaking with Stephanie earlier this morning that we have all these structures and processes. And so we need to realign them together to be able to support and assist the family in meeting the needs forward. So I just wanted to share these opening comments because it's really important that we help each other to work together. And I also like to welcome all the people that are not from here. Welcome to the land and the river. And for those that are here, I'd like to thank you for and acknowledge the commitment, the passion that you have to be able to really look at how we could be able to continue this sacred work. Masicho.
Masi, Jerry. Eda Masi Je Jonah Hego Time it's Edley Kani National Center for Truth and Reconciliation Goa Kaidi Laniwont Stephanie Scott John and Da Kanigon de Fale. We would just like to say thank you to Gerald Antoine for that, and also to welcome to the podium National Center for Truth and Reconciliation Executive Director Stephanie Scott. Merci.
Just a touch shorter here. Buju, good morning. Misko Anakwatakwe Indigenous Wabashishi Dodem. I'm Winnipeg Dunji. I'm coming to you from Treaty 1 territory today. I'm the mother, grandmother, an auntie, and honored and blessed to be here today with you all. I'd like to say miigwech to the elder for your opening words and prayers, and to Monica for the lighting of the kulik. I'd also like to begin by expressing my gratitude to being on the land of the Yellowknife Dene First Nation in a city that's home to such a vibrant diversity of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I say miigwech to the Yellowknife Dene First Nations drum group, to Chief Fred Sangris, who we did speak with earlier, who welcomed us and unfortunately is not here right at the moment, and Dene National Chief Gerald Antoine. Miigwech for your welcome and words of wisdom that you share. So my name is Stephanie Scott, and I have the honor and privilege to serve as the Executive Director of the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. My family is from Roseau River First Nation, Anishinaabe First Nation, and I'm of the Martin clan. All of us will remember the days 2 years ago in May when it was announced that the ground penetrating radar had found evidence of 215 unmarked burials at the site of the former Indian residential school in Kamloops, British Columbia. We already knew that so many of our children never returned home from the residential schools, and we already knew that thousands are still missing, their resting place unknown to their families and communities. But the announcement from Kamloops was a turning point. It had a profound impact on all of us and many, many Canadians. The spirits of the little one told us it was time to bring them home. And now there was a new urgency to listening to their spirits and responding in a good way. We always conduct ceremony whenever we're with the little ones. Together, we wanted to create the National Advisory Committee on Missing Children and Unmarked Burials. This is a joint initiative with the federal government. The work of finding the missing children is incredibly difficult. It is complex. It is very, very emotional, and there are no quick solutions. It's not only about the ground penetrating radar or other technologies. It's about the knowledge of survivors. It's about the archival research. It's about forensics. It's about our own Indigenous laws and about overcoming the obstacles created by Canada's laws. And it is about taking care of the survivors, our families and communities every step of the way. Fortunately, there is a rich body of knowledge and experience out there among Indigenous communities and our allies. People are already doing this work, and important lessons have already been learned. The purpose of the National Advisory Committee on Residential Schools, Missing Children, and Unmarked Burials is to bring that knowledge together and make it freely available to Indigenous families and communities. The National Center for Truth and Reconciliation formed the National Advisory Committee last year in collaboration with the Federal Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. We have been fortunate to bring together a team who has an incredible depth of knowledge and experience working in diverse regions of Canada in wide range of disciplines. The committee works under the guidance of a circle survivors and elders and knowledge keepers among its many members, many of whom are here today. The body is unique in Canada, and I'm so glad to have the chance for you to meet them here. In February, the National Advisory Committee released a short report, a guide to navigating the search process. The committee has also assembled a wide range of other resources and recorded a series of webinars. These are all available on the committee website, nac-cnn.ca, and more content will be coming out soon, including a short overview on forensics that we are releasing for the very first time today. Today is also a very special day. This is our first live in-person event with community members. So again, miigwech for being here with us. As part of this event, we are also going to hear from people who have deeply involved in the search process in this region. And we're going to hear from you, the audience. I'm very excited about the conversations that we will have today. And I want to close my remarks by thanking the elder again and all the presenters and cultural knowledge keepers who are sharing their gifts, time, expertise with us today. Thank you, miigwech, Marcy.
Thank you, Stephanie. As Stephanie said, today is about honoring the knowledge and expertise of Indigenous people and sharing the knowledge and expertise with each other so that we can find the children who never came home.
Now, this is a pretty difficult discussion, conversations that we'll be having today. Oftentimes, it is pretty difficult to talk about these things. And we just want folks here to know that you're in a safe space. You're with family here. And if you need to get up and leave anytime during this whole process, you're more than welcome to take a deep breath and just collect your thoughts during today. And feel free to do that whenever you want. And if you need to talk with somebody, we have some health support workers. Could the health support workers please stand up? We have Violet and Amanda there in the back. All right.
Just wanted to add to that Violet and Amanda are ready. And if you just give them some sort of eye contact or look their way, they'll be happy to speak with you. And they have the Bush Pilot Boardroom, which is just down the hall, and it's the room behind the polar bear. So you can always have a moment to speak in there.
All right, Masi. Now, the National Advisory Committee wanted to begin this event with survivors. 4 survivors have very kindly agreed to share their thoughts on why the search for our missing children is so important. So we'd like to call up Paul Andrew, Ernie Bernhardt, Terry Brown, and Lillian Elias. Our first speaker is Paul Andrew. As you know, he's a well-known Northerner and a former CBC journalist. Somebody I looked up to when I was a young man. Now, before Mr. Andrews' long career in journalism, he was also at a very young age, the APO Tinde, the chief of the Toledo Dene First Nation. And big message show to Paul, to Ernie, Terry, and Lillian for being up here today. Masi dia. Thank you so much.
Nakale, Masia Johati. Neither track and I took it in the Nakalada Serisutia in a hikiti. I can need Nakala Sutis in Linabeta in Donas on the Echo Ona, he will not aura vacati. Heita will not dear fagote, then can I wake like a Kamasi. To hear the drums in the morning, it's a wonderful way to wake up or get to start the day. So thank you to the drummers for that. And thank you to the people who welcome us to this very important occasion, obviously. My grandmother used to say that 2 of her daughters went to school and never came back. My dad and his siblings died never knowing what happened to their sisters. My grandmother passed on not knowing what happened to them. But I don't want to indulge so much in the past. I'm no longer a victim. My childhood was stolen. You're not going to steal my adulthood. You're not going to do that. And I'm just going to be very clear on that. What I am now is unashamedly, unabashedly, unapologetically a Dene person. I'm a very proud son of William and Margaret Andrew. I'm a proud Chutau Kotina, grandson of Yatsula and Jane, grandson of John and Rosalie Heshinali. Iyigotsa Denate. Eganera tu togo sisi da siko ticheta sega ne zonko tega tinde. Eyi tena gotsa ya tasin sere sutiki liko tena kinte. The people that I come from, the people that I know, are people that we're happy. No matter what they've gone through, no matter what happened to them in their lives. And some of you know the history of the people in the north. Know some of the stuff that they have gone through. but they will always be smiling. They will always do what they can to make sure that others do not get into the mood of I am a victim. They never look at themselves as victims. They knew they were the people who owned this land. They knew that this was their land. They knew their language, they knew their culture. They knew exactly who it is when they talk about being Shutautina. They know exactly what it is that they're talking about when they talk about being Tselongotina. And the list goes on. And that is what they taught us. Residential schools obviously did not kill the Indian in this child, but they left him very severely damaged, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and even physically. And last 60 years or so has been pretty tough. But the thing that most important in the process of the last 60 years is the people I come from. They demand nothing but the best. They expected nothing but the best. Tene ke kwate suti hasi tene thane zon tene gata etera cha tene zon tene hera cha tene zon gata tene hekiti. And those are some of the basic teachings that they talk about. What I challenge the young people and some of my older colleagues is, what is Dene? What does it mean to be Dene? And how do you express your Dene identity? I believe we need a psychological liberation so that we can start thinking about what it means to be Dene. And I see a future where there is an intellectual movement on what it means to be indigenous and what it means to be Shutautine or Tinchon, Dene Sutini, and the list goes on. Our people were fearless. They tackled anything and everything. We have to have that culture again. We have to stand up for what is right. And we have to demand nothing but the best from our children. No more shame, no more anger. We will have those emotions, but they will no longer dominate our lives. That means the development of culture, the development of language. Sometimes I fear that when my generation moves into the spirit world, what will the new generation look like? Will our language still be alive? Will the drum songs, Itsula, stories, will they still be around? And I mention it because I'm not too confident in that sometimes. I've heard some younger people, and these are highly educated people, who have told me they're ashamed because they cannot speak their language. And we all know the power of shame, just how powerful shame is. And so it is our job to ensure that we do the right thing and we make sure that what has happened in the past never, ever happens again. One of the greatest fears Holocaust survivors talk about is the fear that people might forget. And if they forget, it's going to happen again. Merci.
Paul? speaker, is that working? Our next speaker is Ernie Bernhardt. Ernie is a former member of the Legislative Assembly here in the Northwest Territories and the former mayor of the hamlet of Kugluktuk in Nunavut. Over to you, Ernie.
Hi, I'm Ernie Bernhardt. I'm from Inuvik, also a survivor for and of the residential school. I do believe I've maybe been mixed up with identification on the Truth and Reconciliation. I think maybe that my uncle also was in residential school as I was. I spent 5 years there, which was a very, very long time ago as a child in the early 70s, mid 70s. But my uncle Ernest Bernhardt had spent the most of his life in a residential school as a child and being raised there. He has told me many stories, and my family has told many stories of him being raised there. He didn't have a choice, as far as I know. I cannot tell a story for him, but I can only tell you about what he has told me. He was a lifelong resident of residential school. I've only spent about 5 years there, to which I was taken from home and put into a residential school, to which I had no understanding. I don't know why, but I did end up there. It was very traumatizing. I come from a family of 10. I have 9 brothers and sisters, and we've all ended up there. Some, 2 or 3 of which had left because of the cruelty and the abuse that was going on there. But as a younger child, I had no choice but to stay because I was just too small to take care of myself in the world of Inuvik. And there's a bunch of changes going on there. I was impacted on that. I was abused. I was sexually abused. I had no choice. I couldn't see anybody. There was no counselors there. There was only the people there that I could comfort with, which was my brothers. But at the same time, we could not interact with each other very much because of their structure and their organization and the way they had run that residential school, which is Groyer Hall. It tore apart the family very much. They separated us from sisters and brothers, from young to old. So when I was there, I've had 3 and 4 brothers there with me, and the older ones sooner went up to a senior's level, and we could not see and interact with our sisters. So in that case, our family was torn apart. So we had little and far communication. And at that time also as well, my mother used to work there. And even as a mother working in the residential school, we weren't even allowed to interact with our mother. Strange as it was, she was the dishwasher, and every day on meals, we'd have to sneak a wave to say hi to her mother, but there's no way we could interact with her. That was the structure of that situation. So in the years of 5 years that went on, you kind of grew numb to it. So you kind of lived the way they wanted you to live. Going on to that treatment and the abuse that you went through, which was normal to the system of the residential school. I further had left, the place closed down, and I tried to continue life as much as I could. I've continued on with school. I always thought about the other people that didn't make it, but I had to carry on myself. So I continued on with my education and did the best I can. I was operator maintenance technician for the military do-line sites. Back then it was a do-line, and I've always kept myself busy. Keeping that in my heart, I was damaged. I was fairly damaged by the residential school. So much so, I've never ever gone into a situation where I was in jail before. I've always kept busy. But I've asked my brother, I said, Tony, can you tell me why they have been into jail? And I've always asked him what it was like to be there. And his answer to me was, he said, do you remember residential school? Do you remember Gloria Hall? I said, yeah, but I don't really like to. He said, well, the jail system today is a walk in the park compared to residential school. So I think a lot of people are still affected by residential school inside. I'm still having to deal with it. I went to a program some years ago, and this was for treatment for alcohol. And I'm still struggling with it today. I've been sober now for about 4 months. And in this program, they had the same structure and the same organization as the residential school. And that shocked me. That really hurt me. It opened up new old wounds. I had to relive it over again. So in that case, everything you do today, there's some things in life that brings you right back, but you still got to move on. You still have to heal. And I'm looking for ways to heal myself. I'm looking for mental health. So mental health help so that I can deal with some of the issues I've been holding and just keeping inside for many, many, many years. I may seem strong. I have a lot of friends who've been through this, and they need help. And I'm with them on this, but a lot of people keep silent and are not able to speak with groups like this or counselors or anything. So they are stuck in a place where they're trying to handle it alone. I only wish that there was more places where people could sit in their own environment with open minds and speech so that they could release what they went through and get the help that they need to get. With that, I wish that everybody can be approachable for help and more offices and everything so that we can put this in the past. I have a boy who is 13, and I want to break the circle. I don't want him to know what I've been through. And in raising him, I don't want to talk about it. He is living in Vancouver, so he has no idea that I've been through it. And if I did have him today, I would never, ever tell him about what I've been through, because it would feel like I'm making him go through it as well. So we all need help, and I'm sure that a lot of people out there would agree with me on that. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Trustee Joe, Ernie, for sharing your words. We're now going to call on Terry Brown. Terry is a former chief of the Tahltan Nation in northern British Columbia and a past president of the Native Women's Association of Canada. She served 6 years with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and is now a member of the Circle of Survivors that guides the National Advisory Committee. I'd also just like to welcome Terry home as well. This is her second home here. We used to work together. We're sisters. And welcome home, Terry. It's been wonderful to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. It's great to see you too. It's just wonderful to be back in Denendeh. Thank you. I just love it here, and it's beautiful. And I want to thank you all for being so good to me while my family and I lived here, and I worked at the Dene Nation. You probably know my kids, and they're all grown up with and parents themselves. And I'm from the Tahltan Nation, and I'm from the Crow clan. I have 2 sons and a daughter. I have 6 granddaughters and 1 great-grandson. So I'm really, really proud of them. They're really my life, my reason to live and wake up every day. And it's just wonderful. My fellow survivors are here, and it's been a long journey, especially John Morriso came to join us today, and we were at the commission, and the young one, the staff that you see are here, they were really young when we first met, and they're still doing it. It's incredible to see, really is. Chief Gerald Antoine, thank you so much for the welcome. Elder Sangris and Monica, it was really beautiful when you did the opening, and to the drummers, wow. I really miss those drums. It was nice to hear today. I worked on conferences here for the Indian Residential School with Dene Nation when I was here. I continue on to do the work because I want survivors to be heard. I want to be heard. And what happened was unjust, horrific, and it's genocide. We are survivors of genocide, Indigenous genocide in Canada. We're not meant to be here, but like Paul was saying, we're strong people. Wow. I look at the other survivors sometimes and I think, wow, they're so amazing. How did we do it? It's really, really amazing, the resiliency, and we have something to be proud of. It's in our genetic code to go on. And we have no other choice because our ancestors continue to watch over us. The missing in children and unmarked burials was when Kamloops was announced. I was in Vancouver, and I couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. It just hurt me so much. Although we knew about it, but when the reality hit, it was really difficult to take. My throat's a little rough. It's kind of smoky here. And anyways, I want to talk about trauma-informed process to talk about our safety and well-being. And the first time I experienced that was at the TRC, because survivors for the first time led a process and we were listened to, and it was quite comforting. And we built a level of trust that's really important in trauma-informed process. And it should be a best practice. I don't know how well documented or if they documented that process, but it was quite something to be part of. Thanks. In a trauma-informed process, safety is number one, especially for the survivors, because survivors, we have lived that life and we can be triggered and we can be reminded of that. Myself, I suffer from PTSD. I scream at night. I have no idea why I'm screaming. I terrify my kids. I can't sleep with my grandchildren because I'm afraid I would start this screaming in the night, and it's too bad because they love to sleep with me. And maybe one day Grandma will settle down and not scream so much. The triggers that happen, it's quite interesting. And this is just an observation. It's not any kind of judgmental thing, but working with survivors with so many years with men and women, I find men to become triggered quite a bit more than the women do. I find that they get severely triggered and really out of control at times because we have to work in settling them down and helping them. I think John probably remembers some of the episodes with incidences with the TRC. And it's really hard. And I don't even know what the difference is if women, well, we do get triggered too, but we maybe react differently. And we seem to know that we don't know what's on the other side, but we know there's another side. And sometimes we're calmer because of that. And it's important to have trust in any process, a very high level of trust. You know, very, very high, where you have no doubt that we have your back. We have each other's back, because if it's not there, nothing worthwhile will develop. And the transparency is another thing. We need to know what's coming up ahead, what the plans are, and if there are changes, because if it happens unexpectedly, trust is lost again, and the transparency isn't there, and it's very important. And to achieve results, we need the trust. It's very paramount. And we know we need the cards on the table at all times, because it was any misstep with survivors. I mean, we shut down. And once that happens, it's difficult to go forward. Don't withhold any information from each other. It's very important to be trustful and share everything, because we have that distrust from the churches and the government so much that, you know, it's like something we expect. But with reconciliation, as Gerald mentioned, you know, it begins with us. It begins with the inside and going out. It's so true. And we need peer support. We need each other. Survivors up here, you know, we're comfortable with each other, and we know each other a little bit. And with our group in the and any, you know, when I go to the Yukon, where I went to school in Whitehorse, it's like old times, you know. We're just back there, and we're having fun, and you know, having a good time together. But that peer support is very important, because there's no other person who understands me like survivors do. They know what we lived. We've been through it all, and we know how to comfort each other. And we arrive and we're already teasing each other and laughing and making jokes and having fun. And the bonding, that's what the bonding happened when it happened at school, but when we get together again, it happens. And when you get a nickname, you know you're in. You're really in. And it's a part of accepting each other as a team, and it's really important. Collaboration, building together, building what is important together, and not being told what to build and how to build it is really, really critical. And, you know, the collaboration and working on off each other's ideas and making mistakes. You know, we were not allowed to make mistakes. We would be terrified if we were reading in class and we didn't say a word right, or we didn't spell the word right. But today we need to be able to make mistakes and honor that and empower each other, and not to underestimate each other or undermine. That is very important and trauma-informed, and not have any efforts of superiority or anyone knowing what's best for us. We have a voice, we have a choice, and we need to exercise both. Speak up whether we agree or not, because we were never able to say no. And the interesting work I do at home is I go into the schools and I talk to the kids about no means no. And that's quite a concept. I never knew it myself, and I'm teaching it. And because in the past we were silenced, and now we have a choice and can say no. But the children are so wonderful to see, and you know, the freedom they have, so different from what we had. It's just great. And the beautiful culture here is something that is so healing in all of our nations. And, you know, the songs, dances, belief system, you know, this is our land. No, this is not my land. My land is in Tahltan territory. but we honor our land just like you do. My land's very different. We have mountains, a lot of mountains. And, when I'm gone from the mountains for a long time, I'm sure you feel about your territory as well, as I really miss those mountains. And when I go home, sometimes if I've been gone for a while, I would cry when I see the ice mountain. They call it, it's a volcanic mountain in my territory. And you just know you're home when you see that. And I'm sure you feel that way about your home communities, your land. And the Yellowknife Den, thank you. Thank you for welcoming us to your territory, and the Tlicho people are wonderful people. And I respect you all, and I want to talk about PTSD if you want to look into it yourself personally, as I have with myself, because it affects every aspect of our lives, and we don't even know it. Like I didn't really know it. I had suffered from that, and it's very important to begin to do the healing, because it's freedom. It's freedom for me and everyone else. And it's important to realize the broad impact of trauma on our communities, and to see a path to recovery in all that we do, and not to be stuck. We integrate the knowledge of trauma, why we want trauma-informed process, not only because it's for us, but it's for the country as a whole. We want to integrate our knowledge of trauma into policies. That's where the difference is made, integrated into procedures and practices, and in all that we do, really, in education system, the court system, everywhere. Because the mainstream processes just don't work for us, and we know that. And we need to work towards helping each other. I want to thank you, Madhu Masicho, for all of you being here. It's so beautiful. I wish my voice was not that I want to talk anymore, but I want to thank you all very much. I just love it here. And we went to my favorite restaurant already, and we had a good evening last night. And I'm really pleased to have to be in your territory again, Madhu.
Merci, Terry. Next, making the stage from the interpretation booth is Lillian Elias. She's incredible, a member of the Circle of Survivors guiding the National Advisory Committee. Lillian also received numerous honors for her work preserving and promoting the Inuvialuktun language, including the Order of the Northwest Territories. Lillian is actually performing double duty here, as I mentioned. In addition to speaking on this panel, she is our Inuvialuktun interpreter. So we just want to give her a moment to, well, she's here now. So a big round of applause for Lillian and the incredible work that she does, and everybody on this panel. Merci.
That's how technology I am. I don't know if it's on or not. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. Good to be here. And I'm so excited this morning. I don't know for what reason. Maybe just because I'm going to talk. My daughter's with me. She escorted me here, Bernice Clinic. And it's so good to be with my daughter. I just about had all my relatives in this board coming to meet with the NAC, National Advisory Committee. I'm a member of them. And they're so good to me. They just treat me like a queen. But today I just want to tell you a little about who I am, what I do. My name is Lillian Elias, but I go by Panigavluk, my Inuvialuktun name. Because when I went to school, I don't like to use Lillian. That's what they gave me for me to use. but my name is Panigavlu. And she was a powerful lady, a powerful lady. She's the one that made this Velchumir Stevenson, maybe you read about him. He's got a book somewhere. Expedition. He was one of the expertizers long ago. And she made him do all his books, his work, and all his things that he had to try to tell the government about himself. She's the one that made him do all that because she had an igloo and she had a kullek in an igloo where she did all the work. She hunted, she did all the work, she did everything for him. So she was a strong lady and I'm named after her. That's why I love to use my name as Panigavlu. And I went through a lot. I don't, like Paul said, you give a smile, whether you have a hard time or bad times. But that's the way we live. I lived that when I was a little girl. I went to residential school. I saw a lot when I was in school. And when I first went to school, that's why I know a lot about my tradition and my culture, my language. First year when I went to school, my grandmother never said a word about school to me. But the second year, she called me Tisugit Kutalong. They have little pet names for every one of their grandchildren. Well, I was her granddaughter, and she called me Tisugit Kutalong. But I wouldn't tell you what it means. Yeah. That's a funny little one. But I love to tell stories about them because they're the ones that put me where I am today. Let me walk, get up in the morning, talk to people, talk to young people. I was a teacher at the high school. But anyways, my second year, I was going to school. She told me, you know, you're going to go to school now again. This is your second year in school. You must learn a lot of things already. They're going to teach you a lot more this year. They're going to get more than what you learned already this year, the first year. And she said, the second year when I was going to school, she said, you could do everything. You could try to learn all the things that you're going to be taught. They're going to teach you all kinds of things. You're going to learn about other worlds, different kind of worlds out there. And when she told me that, then I thought, oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. She said, but one thing I don't want you to do, forget your language. Your language is in you. It's in here. Your language is you. And today, I'm of age, but I'm still teaching night classes, trying to keep my language going. Because of my grandmother. And I was just talking to my daughter yesterday about how beautiful it would be if they could make a picture about just like those up here, Winmucks. If they could make a picture of my thoughts today that I still think of and I still carry in my heart, with all the elders all around the eating table. It wasn't just like this. We all sat on the floor and there's around us, around with elders in the front, big circle. All the elders and the little ones all behind them, all their children. how many family you have here, you put your children back here, you're gonna feed those children. And I was telling her that's what I want to do, because when today I still think of my elders, even though I'm an elder now today, I still think of my elders because they brought me to where I am today. I'm very proud of who I am and what I do. And my children, my grandchildren mean the world to me. I had to raise them, not raise them, but they were old enough already, but I lost my husband. 28 years ago. I knew it was going to be tough later on. I lost him through residential school. He didn't have a chance to say a word about his school. He didn't have a chance to talk to anybody about his residential school. He was there for 12 years. "12 years in the residential school. Half the year, 6 months, he went home. 6 months, he didn't go home for the summer. And there's a lot of things that happened to him. I know there's a lot of things happened to everybody, but he didn't have a chance to talk to anybody. But anyways, I'm so thankful that I was brought up by strong people in Yellowknife, my grandfather. That's why today I survive. I'm a survivor, very strong survivor. A year or two later, TRC came up. And when they came up from Inuvik, they were looking for elder support workers. I jumped in right away because I thought if I could help one person that needed help, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And I hope I did, because I talked to a lot of people. I taught high school for 10 years. And the rest of the time I talked to people. My daughter could tell you, there's so many people that I know today that I talk to, that to show them that you don't have to stay down there. I lost a lot of my relatives, a lot of my friends, all through residential school because they couldn't speak. They couldn't talk about it. They just never could get it out. And that's what happened to my husband. But today, I feel so good about myself. It's not always a crying. It's not always a suffering. It's always, you have to think of yourself. You have to think of yourself. Your children, your grandchildren, they're growing up. And one good story about the last message that I'm going to tell you is about my grandson. My grandson was only 7 years old. And him and his dad were like this. A lot of you must know when you're brought up in Native family or Aboriginal, your grandparents and your parents, especially your grandparents, I guess your parents are too mean. I'm talking about myself. But he was like this with his grandpa. We adopted him. And today he's taking, what they call it? Support, or he's in Fresh Start. Anybody knows Fresh Start in Calgary? He's 34 now. He was only 7 when his dad passed away. And he started drinking and things like that. He must have been 13 years old, 14 years old. He started drinking and drugging and all this. But I put up with all that. Not only myself, my daughter, my boys, they all helped me all around. And here he is. One day, he decided he's going to go to treatment. I didn't believe him. I didn't believe he was going to go. I didn't know that. At that time, I still pray a lot. I prayed and I prayed. Lord, you got to change him. I know there's something coming up, because every day he was on booze. And I was already elder, but I still kept him. But these are the things that, these are the ways that we could help one another. We have to support each other. Everybody, black, white, it don't matter what kind of people. You know those taxi drivers at home? I love my language so much. I want to keep my language going so much. When they speak their language and they listen to their tapes while they're driving, I be so excited. I never even understand what they're saying. Just excited because they hold on to their language, even they're way up here. And I love my language. And I believe my language. And my grandson is doing good. 14 months now. He's working. It's not only myself, I said, the family. In Yellowknife, Goyat, we call each other. The family. We help each other to do things like this. And I thank my daughter for being there for me. And my boys, off and on, they help me. But thank God, I'm just so happy to be here. And I just welcome you to Yellowknife. If you've never been to Yellowknife before, my friends, I welcome you to Yellowknife. And this is where the capital city is. Yes, and thank you very much again. And thank you, workers. The prayer, that drumming was beautiful. And what was his name, that guy that prayed? Sangers? Thank you very much for doing the prayer and doing the drummers sounded so beautiful. Even though I don't understand them, I know they have something there that their great-grandparents and grandparents put in there for them to keep. So it's so beautiful to see that. And I do a lot of praying when I'm at home for meetings and that. And I just want to welcome you all. My my coworkers, yes. And it's always good to be with you every time we come together. Thank you.
Masi, Lillian. We're just going to take a 10-minute health break, everyone. Big round of applause for our panelists, everyone, the Survivor Circle. Masi, dear, thank you so much. So a 10-minute break, and we want to remind you that we have our health support workers here in the room if you want to chat with them and speak with them now or later on. For those online, I forgot this was being streamed online. Oh.
I have lots of clinics.
Hey, Masti, thank you so much, Masti Paul. So 10 minutes, we'll come back, and then after the break, we're going to do a panel of National Advisory Committee members. And the topic is going to be key considerations when planning a search. So 10 minutes. And for those online, remember that the Indian Residential School crisis line is always available. We'll put that number on the screen during this break. Masi.
Do you know what? Wonder what time it is. Okay. Hi, everyone. Is this on? Did that sound right? You hear me? Oh, hi, everyone. We're just about ready to begin again. Before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of people that we have in our crowd. Mr. Stephen Cafway has joined us. He's a former Premier of the Northwest Territories. We have Rick Ajericon. He's a member of the Legislative Assembly for Tuna Day. Welcome, Rick. And we have Marie Wilson is with us. She's the Commissioner for TRC. Welcome, Marie. And while we're acknowledging people in the audience today, I also want to acknowledge the Circle of Survivors. So first, and I'd ask you to stand to give a little wave and identify yourself for everyone. First, we have Larry Henneque. Welcome, Larry. Jackie Bouvier. And Terry Brown. Yeah. Lillian Elias. And John Morso. I hope I said that right. And then we also have members of the committee, and that includes David Glukark. Where's David? There he is. Madeline Balsley. Did I say that right? I hope I did. Bazile, thank you. Thank you, Madeline Bazile. Thank you. Harley Crowshoe. Crystal Fraser, and she's joining us virtually, as well as Raymond Frogner. And Monica that we met this morning that taught us about the Kellicks. Welcome, Monica. Rebecca Jacques, thank you. Rebecca Jacques, thank you. Andrew Martindale. Welcome, Andrew. Brenda Reynolds. Welcome, Brenda. Keisha Supernats. And then also joining us virtually is Kona Williams. There she is over there by our food. Okay. So the next panel that we have is the panel of National Advisory Committee members, and it's called Key Considerations When Planning a Search. So if we could ask Brenda, Raymond, and Keisha and Rebecca to come and join us on the stage, please.
Okay. All right, thanks. Merci, Tanya. Now, our next panel features 4 of the members of the National Advisory Committee on Residential Schools, Missing Children, and Unmarked Burials. They've been asked to make short presentations on some of the key things to consider in planning a search based on their own field of work. Now, our first speaker is Brenda Reynolds. Brenda is a health counselor from the Saulteaux Nation. She has extensive experience in culturally based trauma-informed health and wellness supports for residential school survivors, their families, and their communities. In fact, Brenda developed the first pilot program to provide support for former residential school survivors, their families, and other witnesses as they participated in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. She also worked as a health support coordinator and liaison with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So a big round of applause for Brenda and her good work. Masi.
Good morning, everyone, the ones that are present here and the ones that are online watching us today. And I want to start off by acknowledging the drummers that sang the prayer song and the welcoming to the territory from the Dene National Chief and our elder Jonas. I'm Anishinaabe Soto from Fishing Lake, Saskatchewan, as what is our MC introduced me as. And I'm very fortunate that I still speak my language and also developed the Indian Residential School Resolution Health Support Program under the settlement agreement. My background is in working with children. I started off with working with children in Gordon's residential school and worked with 17 girls out of that school that reported and disclosed that they were getting sexually abused by one of the staff members at that school. And he was one of the first staff members to be charged in Saskatchewan for sexually assaulting children. And so that's where my experience starts from. And that was started in 1988 is when those disclosures happened. And then, of course, when the settlement agreement happened, I developed the health support program that exists. And we have the 2 support workers here. And my focus of work has always been working from a trauma-informed perspective. And Terry mentioned that a bit. And what that means to me is that, because there's many definitions, and what for me that means is that working with people who in the beginning, when they had suffered the trauma, in this case, it would be the children who attended the Indian residential schools. They were in a position where it was out of their control to go into the schools. And now we're in this process of listening and to see what it is that we could do to heal from the trauma that had happened in the schools since the 1800s in Canada. And so this is why just before we started, we were introduced, the Circle of Survivors were introduced, who we listen to for advice on the National Advisory Committee. And this is when I developed the health support program, I thought of the survivors and what it is that we're going to do to support them as they went through the settlement agreement. And through this process too, this process of the missing children and the unmarked graves, is as communities are doing this work and survivors know that this work is happening regarding the schools that they attended and of other schools that are doing the searches across the country, their first thoughts goes back to the trauma experiences that they had, potentially the student-on-student abuse that they had experienced, or the separations that they had from their families and from their culture and from their communities and their families, even though that they may be placed in the same residential school. And so that's where they go to. That's what goes to in their minds. And then, of course, then after that, any missing kids, and if they had known of kids who had died while attending residential school, that's where they go to. So we always have to think of emotional safety for the former students. What are we going to do to protect the former students and make sure that we facilitate and we help with the healing as opposed to being only trauma focused? And a couple of people have said this, Paul was saying this and Terry was saying this too, is that we have to go through this and learn from what it is that we had learned through the settlement agreement, is that we have to support each other and support each other in a good way where we do not do any further harm. We do not do any further emotional harm. So we have to make sure that we provide support to survivors as they're going through this process. And it's important to have support from friends and family members, but we also have to have people who know how to do this work. And the people that know how to do the work in trauma related to residential school experiences are health supports. Some of the health supports in our communities have been doing the work since the beginning of the settlement agreement, which is 2007, 2006 with the alternate dispute resolution. And so they know how to work with the trauma. We have community workers, we have cultural support, and we also have therapists who are a part of the health support program. They are the ones that can provide that support to help with the healing. And so with any of the schools that are going through the search process, they have to always make sure that there is support for the survivors, because we should not be doing any further harm through this process. We have to support each other. And then additionally is that we also have to provide resources like the crisis line. And I did see the crisis line number that was on the screen when we were on a break. All survivors should always know what the crisis line number is, because that crisis line number is available 24/7. And if a survivor wants to talk to someone at 2:00 in the morning, they can call the National Crisis Line and talk to someone about what it is that they're going through. And I'll give you the number, but it should be on the screen. It should be on the screen throughout the day. The number for the crisis line is 1-866-925-4419. And then if you're going to contact health supports, it's a good idea to contact them through the regional office of Indigenous Services Canada, and they will tell you who the health supports if you don't know who they are or how to contact them. They will tell you how to contact them in your area. And so that's really important is foremost is how we can make sure that we are providing emotional safety to survivors as we go through this process. And in addition to wellness and how we can facilitate and promote wellness is I'll speak a few minutes on the committee, because the committee and communities that are doing work in searches is really, really important to have a group of circle of survivors that they can get advice from. And again, because it's trauma informed, we have to listen to who it is that has the experience. And so all communities that are doing this work, it's a great idea to be working with a circle of survivors in your own area. And also I was invited to speak at a gathering in Saskatchewan in March. And I was really impressed with what the school has done, is that at the gathering, they had all the former students that had attended the school present to let them know what it was that they're going to be doing. I was really impressed with that. So any communities that are going through this process, it's a great idea to inform the survivors that had attended that school. That doesn't mean that that they live only in that community, because students came from all different places. And so how do you keep them engaged in the process of searches that you're undertaking? And to keep the survivors informed of what it is that you're doing. Don't expect them to know, don't expect them to rely on gossip on what you're doing as a committee or a community organization that is doing the search. Is make sure that you keep the survivors informed. They want to know. This is a school that they attended, and it reduces stress and it reduces trauma symptoms by keeping each other informed of what the process is going on. And in addition to keeping the survivors informed of what is going on, and the other thing is to plan well in advance, because what you're trying to do is trying to reduce the stress on the survivors and also on the community organization that is doing this, the search. And the reason why I bring up planning is because sometimes some organizations leave things to the last minute in the planning and say, oh, Keisha, I want you to come and do a search tomorrow, and I'm letting you know tonight at 11 o'clock. What does that do to the relationship between Keisha and I? What does that do to everyone else that is involved? It increases the stress, and we should not be doing that. And anytime that we are increasing the stress, we're thinking from the part of our brain that is on survival mode. We have to get out of that part of our brain where we're not surviving anymore. We're actually planning and feeling and thinking from the prefrontal cortex in our brain, from the front part of our brain. We have spent too many years on survival mode. We have to get out of that and start getting to the front part of our brain where we're actually doing things by planning, by keeping each other informed, and we're actually feeling and thinking. Then we know that we're starting to make some progress. There has been a lot of healing that has happened, and we have to keep that part of the brain connected to our hearts so that we can do some healing. All this work is about healing, but we have to do it in a good way, in the best way it is that we can, by being emotionally safe. And so we have to do that. One of the other things as communities that are doing this is that I've been to different community organizations that are doing this work, and they'll say, Rebecca, I'll use Rebecca this time as my person, as an example, is that they expect survivors to give their statements and to give information on what they know about the unmarked graves or some of the children that went missing. But meanwhile, Rebecca has not had an opportunity to talk about what she wants to talk about, her residential school experience. So when you're doing statement gathering, that's what you're going to be getting, because that's her process. That's where it is that she's at. And we have to respect that. Not everyone is going to be able to give us the information that we're looking for regarding unmarked graves and missing children, but we have to go to the pace of the former students, of the survivors. We have to go according to what is working for them. And if that's where Rebecca is at, that's exactly where it is. And we have to be okay with that, with where she is. And when we are looking at different resources, is that resources like statement gathering and people who are going to do the ground searches, all of those organizations that we're relying on, is that go to organizations that already have the experience. The National Center for Truth and Reconciliation has been doing part of it. The NCTR, National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, came as a result of the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But some of the staff that are still there. Stephanie was our statement gatherer during the TRC. And so NCTR knows how to do the statement gathering. You have to get organizations like that that know how to do that. I've been to some communities where they're doing statement gathering. People don't have the experience of how to gather statements, and former students are expected to give their statements without any support. We should not be doing stuff like that. We're not providing emotional safety by doing that. So all of those things contribute to wellness. The more we plan, the better resources that we have are going to reduce the stress and make it easier to facilitate healing and emotional safety for former students. And that's what it is that we want to do, is do no further harm, and for us to do better this time so that we could shine in terms of our healing and working together. Miigwech.
Thank you, Brenda. It's just a reminder to everyone that we're going to have questions and answer session with the panelists after hearing all of the 4 presentations. Our next speaker is Raymond Frogner, who is joining us virtually. Raymond is Cree and the head of the archives for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. As part of his work, he's been working with communities to develop specific to help securely store the information they gather on missing children and unmarked burials. I'm not sure how he's just gonna.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there he is up.
We're
in
on
the-
screen? Yeah.
Sorry, up in the very corner. there.
I'm hiding in the corner, yes. And as I understand it, someone will be on my queue changing the slides as I'm speaking. I could just get a
There we go.
confirmation. Okay. So we're good to go? Okay. So all good? Someone just give me a sign. It's good to go.
Yes, you're good to go.
Oh, okay, good. Hanse, Raymond, Netzigason, Notari Oscar, Egua Nigari Doris, Netatoscan, National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Bonjour, je m'appelle Raymond, je suis le directeur des archives pour le Centre National pour la Vérité et la Réconciliation. Hi, my name is Raymond. I'm the director of the archives for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. I'd like to begin by first thanking the Drum Circle, the elders, and the leaders of the local community who've welcomed this conference into your homes for the next few days. And maybe just begin with a story. My mother was a student at Shaftesbury Mission in northern Alberta near Peace River District. She was expelled at the age of 16 for having a child whom she left with her aunt. And she became a teenage runaway and eventually found herself in Vancouver Island, where she raised her family. She spoke none of this to her family. And the only reason I know the story is because my half-brother found me when I was in my 30s. This is an example of the kind of silences that Brenda has just mentioned that we're trying to overcome, we're trying to understand, and we're trying to address with the records that we do hold and are still collecting at the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation's archives. So as the head of archives for the NCTR, I work daily on records documenting the history and legacy of residential schools. I engage with Indigenous communities, religious groups, various government offices, and survivors on records concerning such topics as missing children, unmarked burial sites, and child wellness. I can say from experience, none of these groups agree on the meaning of Indigenous data sovereignty or how to research the residential school experience. This is because the question is so complex. Under the Indian Act, the federal government has maintained such a high level of control and surveillance of Indigenous communities that has produced data on every component of a community's life. To understand how Indigenous communities can effectively research and assert their sovereignty over records of their own concern, we must first consider the context of records. How are they created, described, stored, accessed, and used? Or in the words of the First Nations Governance Center, when considering the knowledge and skills needed to support strong First Nations information governance, we start with the question, what is your relationship to this information? And that is the first question that you should begin your journey of researching unmarked burial sites near residential schools. So in this talk, I'll discuss where to gather information for residential school research, including research into unmarked burial sites near these schools. And I'll also discuss how you can protect your data and assert your control over the records that concern your own communities. So next slide, please. So what do we mean by Indigenous data sovereignty, or IDS as it's sometimes called? IDS refers to the right of Indigenous peoples to govern the collection, ownership, and use of data about Indigenous communities. There are three details that are particularly important when considering how to assert IDS for records of residential schools and related burial sites. First, the concept of data sovereignty is very recent. It is defined as controlling information in response to the rules, laws, and customs of a particular jurisdiction or state. It is made possible by IT developments such as networked information in digital formats, easily copied and shared. For years, data sovereignty has been a domain of governments and corporations where it's used for governance and to monetize information. It's important to recognize in residential school records, we're dealing with historical records stored in repositories across the country and not in current daily use. This has led to confusion over how to appraise their value and access the records. There are many in the research community who continue to hold the mistaken idea that historical records are less sensitive and potentially less harmful, and therefore easily shared. This is fundamentally wrong. And again, I referenced Brenda's talk that she just gave us. For this reason, the NCTR has created an academic access committee to ensure archival records are being used with respect, dignity, and welfare of the subjects. This is also for the benefit, in concern for survivors, why we sign MOAs or memorandums of understanding. Second, data sovereignty is the assertion of control over records within a particular jurisdiction. The statutes, rules, and legislation that guide the use of data is largely determined within the relevant state. Transferring control over data to Indigenous communities within an identified state creates overlapping and often conflicting spheres of jurisdiction and control. The nature of this control and the coexistence of rival authorities is one of the most pressing issues in implementing IDS for residential school research. There are no laws or legislation, provincial or federal, concerning the jurisdiction over unmarked burial sites related to residential schools. This is why we're having discussions with a special interlocutor. Finally, Indigenous research data on burial sites is generated or held within Indigenous communities and organizations through band councils, elders, knowledge keepers, and designated researchers. How do we determine who should be responsible to assert long-term control over this information? It is not always clear where to locate the authority within a community to perform this research and knowledge-keeping tasks for such sensitive information. Next slide, please. If we wish communities to assert control over archival records, we have to understand what we mean by colonial archives. Understanding the origins of these records makes it possible to assert another kind of control over them in another kind of context. We begin this understanding by noting the framework of laws and codes that frame the original creation of these documents. Why were certain records appraised to hold enduring values, worthy of preservation in public archives? Indigenous legal scholar John Burroughs has referenced what he calls sovereignty's alchemy. He questions the colonial assertion of state authority during the settler era and the legal documents created to assert that authority. And as an example, I've just cited 3 pieces of legislation that were created for the purpose of asserting that kind of colonial legislative authority and the control of the documents that were created in the process. So next slide, please. These examples also show us that for several generations, common law was the only venue for Indigenous peoples to represent their claims for rights and title. In fact, Indigenous law and governance practices never went away. They were simply not recognized. Part of our challenge to research these records is putting in place a method to respectfully recognize this coexistence between the state and Indigenous communities. And this brings us to the relationship between legal pluralism and reconciliation. As Indigenous scholar Val Napoleon has noted, if reconciliation is being considered between Indigenous peoples and others, usually represented by a state, the starting place must be that Indigenous societies the world over had legal orders as part of their governance. If reconciliation is to be respected and effective, we need to find methods to meaningfully relate Indigenous laws and state law. Otherwise, the reconciliation project will be imagined entirely within state law. In effect, this is Article 27 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But we have to consider local context rather than the UNDRA to find a way to deal with these records. To move out of the orbit of state law, we need to find a way to bring legal weight to non-Western values of family, homeland, and belonging, expressed through community laws and practices concerning marriage, death, naming, sexuality, kinship ties, spiritual practices, educational values, and domestic relations. Because these are the topics covered in residential school records, the religious journals, the teachers' reports, and hospital records. We need to understand how to recognize and share with respect these records that document very intimate, personal, and very human and often hurtful school experiences. To take legal practice out of the hands of the state, this is the basic problem of law, how to, despite our diversity, come to a working solution that allows us to live together despite our continuing disagreements. Next slide, please. So, accessing the records at the NCTR, the biggest and most common example and method or process that we can offer is survivor inquiries. The survivor inquiries are requests made by a residential school survivor or family member to acquire all records of his or her experience at a residential school. It is NCTR policy to supply and request a comprehensive dossier of every record we hold on a survivor's experience on the residential school program. At times, there can be no records. Other times, there are thousands. It is important to understand this is a dossier of the student's experiences brought together from operational and administrative records of a particular school. We have had to research and pull together records from religious orders, provincial government offices, federal government bureaus, hospital records, and police administrations, just to name a few sources. The origins of these records was not the life of the child, but rather the operation of the school. And it's here that we begin to note the issue of sovereignty in records. These are records that were originally created in support of a colonial education program, but they very clearly are of concern and belonging to Indigenous communities. From various records, we're creating a documentary history of the life of a child. Sometimes I refer to this as a virtual record or a virtual file on the life of the child. It's pieced together from a very diverse set of sources. And this was only possible because we have been working since 2007 to pull together all of these records. So just to give you some examples, in 2020, in survivors' inquiries, we completed 210 inquiries. That year, we logged 166 new inquiries. In the spring of 2021, we witnessed the discovery of burial sites and an explosion in survivor inquiries. In that year, we logged 460 individual inquiries and completed 134. This year saw a 175% increase in survivor inquiries. The important takeaway is not that the burial sites issue caused a spike in inquiries. Indigenous peoples have always had a tremendous concern for the impact of the residential school program on their lives. The point of this example is that we are now in a period in the colonial relationship where we are building mechanisms to address these issues of data access and data sovereignty. We're now at a moment when we can provide this kind of access, and it's comprehensive. So next slide, please. But to give you an example, my next example of the question of where to go, and it is to the NCTR, and as Brenda just mentioned, since 2007, we've been working to pull these records together. We currently hold over 4 million from over 150 different sources, religious, provincial governments, federal governments. Each of these had possessed a different kind of arrangement, a different kind of system of description and access. So making them available required us to pull them all together in a manner that could be fully searched in a comprehensive way. We are now at that point. We have several federal grants, one being a CFI grant that gives us a new architecture that has allowed us to do a comprehensive search of all of the records on different subject terms. Next slide, please. So to underscore that, we've also signed an agreement with the Oblates, who ran in Western Canada over 40 of the schools. And in this agreement, we have been identified by the Oblates as the principal resource for all records from all documentary evidence of the operations of residential schools that were run by the Oblates. It took us, this is a project that began back in 1991, when the Oblates first recognized and acknowledged the crimes that they committed at these schools. And in 91, they claimed and promised that they would provide documentary evidence for what occurred at these schools. Over 30 years later, we finally have this document in our hands that gives us legal control of the records of what occurred there. And as of this week, I would assume, it's just in our legal office at the moment, we're also signing an agreement that will allow us access to the personnel files, that is the names of the oblate priests that were actively involved in these schools. So the point of all this is to say that we are the principal repository for the documentary evidence and legacy of residential school history. And so therefore we are the starting point for any community that wishes to begin to plan and go ahead with a project of research. And we have the resources to aid anyone who's interested in doing this kind of research. Next slide, please. And further on the Oblates, just to give you an example of the complexity, there was no single repository for example, for the Oblates of Omai, Lacombe Grandin Province. That would be the Oblates of Western Canada. And these are just a list of some of the sources of where those records have been found. And we continue to research and produce, pull together even more. So this just to give you an enormity of the scope and complexity of the various record sources that you will need to deal with. And again, that's why I have to stress that the NCTR is the best and by far the most comprehensive resource base for starting this kind of research. Next slide, please. Now, just some recommendations based on my experience working with communities on these issues. One, it strikes me that there is a need to have some kind of a collective understanding of how these records are controlled and accessed. And that is to say, every one of these schools brought in students from multiple communities, 30, 40, even more communities, saw their children go to a single school. So I've had often communities come to me and say, just give us the records of the school. But my concern is always, the records of the school will document the history of survivors from across 40 or more different communities. And as Brenda's already said, we are a community or a survivor-driven repository. The records are there to defend and support the healing and understanding of the survivors and their experiences. So we have to have some kind of a collective agreement or understanding on how we can make these records available that are not just given to one single community, representing all of the communities that saw their children go to a single school. And at the same time, that would also bring us out of the legislation of copyright, which is private property. And it just doesn't work for things like the collective social protocols, the traditional laws of these communities. So it's my opinion that if we had some kind of a cultural commons, regional groupings that understood, what communities sent children to which schools and how they could share these records respectfully, I think that would be something that we should consider seriously. Next slide, please. Another support mechanism that we can offer is we have research repositories already set up. It's important to remember that all of this work is going to be done in a digital domain. And there's an enormous resource overhead, a cost for maintaining servers, administration, et cetera, for the digital environment that you're keeping your records in. We have set up a repository where researchers can store their records as they're going forward with their research. It's free and we can consult. We have a help desk as well as several digital archivists that can work with communities to help them in the storage, description, the arrangement. If you go to the next slide, please. This is just one example of a repository that we set up for the Six Nations of the Grand River. But at this moment, we've had over 30 different communities take advantage of this. And I would strongly recommend this would be the most cost-effective and secure manner to store records as you're doing your research into these unmarked burial site questions. As I said, again, it's an economy of scale. The overhead would be enormous. And if each individual community sets up their own individual server system for this, I think it's going to balkanize the research and it's going to cause more problems than solutions. And again, as I said, this is a free service that we offer. So we can only urge communities to consider this as an option. Next slide, please. And finally, as I said before about infrastructure, I do know that there are a lot of Indigenous community colleges. The TRC didn't write much about them, but they do exist. And this might be one way to address the issue of resources. I mean, we have had examples where we've shared records with communities, and because they haven't had the secure preservation system for the digital records, the records were lost. We always will keep master copies, so that wasn't a problem, but the resource cost of producing or setting up a server system perhaps is something that local community colleges could do in the areas where the research is being done. Next slide, please. And finally, the NCTR is offering data management workshops. These are free workshops for beginner, intermediate, and advanced users who wish to learn more about creating, storing, sharing, and preserving digital information. And this would also assist researchers in using our own database, ATOM, which is the access to memory, the database that holds all of our records. So at the moment, if a community does come to us, we will sign a memorandum of understanding that will give that community full access to all 4 million plus records that we hold, for the understanding that the records are to be consulted for unmarked burial site research, not to be spread around or shared or copied or posted on Facebook. But this data management workshop program will, I think raise the level of understanding and the work that's being done. We continue to acquire records. We're now in the process of working with the federal government to acquire another 20 million. We're also acquiring in the near future the records of the Murdered Missing Women and Indigenous Girls Inquiry, as well as day school records. So we are still and will continue to grow to be the principal repository for the research on this issue. And I would urge communities starting their journey on this research to begin by consulting us on what we hold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Keisha Supernant. Keisha is a Métis archaeologist with roots in Alberta and the Red River. She's the director of the Institute of Prairie and Indigenous Archaeology at the University of Alberta. She is founding chair of the Canadian Archaeological Association Unmarked Graves Working Group, and she has extensive experience working with Indigenous communities to plan and carry out searches for potential unmarked graves using a wide range of technology, including ground penetrating radar and drone imaging.
Thank you.
Over to you, Keisha.
Tanse. Hawasa kapikiwita hadna tikatson, the miskuchi with sky gano chinia, to pimisi waknia. As introduced, I'm Keisha, Dr. Keisha Supernant, and a citizen of the Métis Nation of Alberta. And it's always an honor to be able to speak about this very difficult topic. I want to begin by thanking the welcoming song and the drummers and all the welcoming words and prayers. This is my first time in Denendeh, my first time in Yellowknife, and it's so wonderful to be able to be brought in such a good way. I want to thank as well the survivors. I'm so honored to be able to sit with survivors as part of the National Advisory Committee, as well as the Circle of Survivors, and always guided by them. And I really want to share my gratitude to the survivors who are brave enough to share their experiences with us this morning so we could start us off. I want to talk with you a little bit today about the role that search technologies play in this process. Obviously, with the news from Tecumseh in May of 2021, there was a lot of focus on ground searching and the role that technologies such as ground penetrating radar play in the search for the missing children. I think that what I want to talk about is where in the process you should consider technology and how it might support the goals that you might have to bring home the children. I think one of the things that I've seen is when there's an over focus on technology, it becomes sort of seen as a way to prove what we already know. You don't need technology to prove that children never came home. We know this. And there are many sources. Survivors know this, communities know this, families know this, and there's an extensive archival record of this. Technology is not here to prove that, but what it can do is it can help to narrow down places where those children may be buried. And it can provide those specific locations for commemoration, memorialization, or further investigation. But one of the big challenges when we're thinking about technology is that ground search technology is never certain. So the types of technologies that are used, whether they be aerial imaging from a drone, whether they be ground penetrating radar, can never give you 100% certainty that there is a grave present in a location. What they can do is say, here is an area that has potential unmarked graves based on interpretation of these ground search technologies. So it doesn't see, ground penetrating radar, doesn't see bones, it doesn't see bodies, it sees grave shafts, right? The principle of ground penetrating radar is you take an antenna and you send a wave down like sonar or radar. And as it goes through the earth, it recognizes changes in the ground. So there's a background signal of a soil, and then there's a change. That change can be a number of different things. But when it's used to look for unmarked graves, we actually are looking for grave shafts. So the certainty that communities are often looking for, they want to know where their children are. Ground penetrating radar is a step in that direction, but it can never give that certainty. And it certainly can't say who is buried where, right? It really just shows patterns in the ground that help to narrow down those locations. My general recommendation as communities are considering searching is there's a number of things that help narrow down even the search itself. A lot of the technologies we use are quite slow, ground penetrating radar being one of them. When my team works on many residential school landscapes with the setup we have, we might cover an acre in a week. And you know how large some of these places are. So information that helps to narrow down important areas to search with technology is a really good starting place. So asking questions about what do the records show about children who died? Where were they buried? Because many of them may have been buried in a cemetery that is no longer visible on the landscape. Cowessess is a good example of this, where the headstones were removed. I also worked at Muskowgan, same thing happened there, where there was a cemetery and it was completely erased from the landscape. And so you don't know where it is anymore. So that can be really useful to start at a place where there's records that show children were buried in a location. But then there's, of course, children who were not buried in cemeteries. And we know this. Survivors speak a lot about this. So where else needs to be searched and what kinds of methods can be used to search? You know, if we're looking, the technology that we have for ground searching is best at looking at deliberate burials. So if there's other ways that children were hidden, a lot of the search technologies are not suitable for that. They're looking for that disturbance in the ground in some fashion. So if there was other forms of disappearing, then those are much harder to trace. So thinking about what are some other places that need to be searched. What is the history of the land? Many of these school locations have, you know, the school has been destroyed, demolished, burned down. The land itself may have been developed, may have shifted around. One of the schools that I'm looking at is in the middle of a city. And there may not be that many places left to search because it's all been developed over, right? There's houses and all kinds of things over top of it. So understanding what's happened since the school was no longer in operation is really an important consideration. Also, who owns the land now? What kind of access is needed? We've heard stories about communities being denied access to places where there are, you know, very clear known burials, let alone other areas that need to be searched. So this becomes a challenge as well. There are a number of approaches to the actual search itself. So once you understand the history of the land, and once you understand kind of where those locations are, thinking about which technologies work best where. There's a number of things you can do from the air. There are old aerial photos, which are really useful. Historic aerial photos are very helpful because they show the change in the land. And a lot of survivors will talk about buildings and places that are no longer on the land itself. But if you pull up an aerial photo from the 1950s, it shows where all the buildings are. And that can really help survivors and then help the people doing the searching to really say, okay, well, there was a building here. Ground penetrating radar is not going to tell you anything in that building. So we know that it might need to be searched, but we need to use a different technology. So those types of information can be really helpful from aerial photos or any building plans or other kinds of records related to the school. That can be really, really helpful. So when you've started to layer on that, then there's things you can do from the air, from drones, for example. You may have heard about LiDAR, which is basically you take you mount a sensor on a drone or a plane and it fires down a bunch of light beams basically to the ground. And it will allow you to look at the surface of the earth and take away any of the bush or vegetation. But it's not useful for burials unless there's a visible on the surface, like unless there's something to be seen. If an area has been, say, plowed, then something like LiDAR will just show you a plowed field. It won't show you what's below the surface. However, it can sometimes be useful to narrow down areas when you're searching. There's ground-based technologies, and ground penetrating radar is a very useful one, but it doesn't work well everywhere. So there's certain soil types that work better than others. And I've actually worked in communities where the ground penetrating radar didn't work at all. And we were in a cemetery and we knew there should be graves and it didn't see any kind of reflections. And that's because the soil itself was not suitable. So often say soils with a high clay content or a lot of water won't show any change on the ground penetrating radar. It doesn't mean nothing is there. It just means the technology is not suited for that. But there are other approaches. There's various forms of magnetic approaches, which can sometimes show change. There's the various things you can do with electrical currents and looking at soil resistivity and conductivity. But again, these are all looking for those disturbances. So where ground searching really can be useful is in those places where there are a collection of potential graves, because we also look for patterns. So what ground penetrating radar can actually give you is, here's the shape in the ground that is around the right size and depth of a potential grave. It covers enough of the ground, and that could be a place to investigate further. And then if it's in a row, then that's even builds our confidence that we think we might be seeing unmarked graves. But when I report back to community, I'm always very careful in saying I found potential unmarked graves. I never know for sure, and that's a really important piece. And then there's a question of what happens when you find areas that warrant further investigation. And my colleague will speak more about the forensic side of things. But this we know is an important question for community. So if I can say there's an area here that has potential unmarked graves based on a ground penetrating radar survey, well, what do you do next? Right. And I think that really that whole process especially has to be survivor led, because we can't know which child from which community is in that location from ground penetrating radar alone, right? So it could be a child from any number of communities whose children were taken to that location. So bringing, that Brenda and Raymond were both talking about the need to include all the survivors from a particular school. And many communities are doing work with their community, which is of course so important. But when you have 50 nations whose children were stolen and taken sometimes very, very far distances away, having all of those survivors come together to talk about what would be the protocols about further work is so, so important. And also providing guidance around ceremony. This is very sacred work. And the minute you take out a piece of machinery and start running it over the ground, it brings up all kinds of things in the community. So having those supports in place for survivors and intergenerational survivors, for the search teams, having ceremony to start our work is so important as the people actually doing the searches. I've spent far too much time walking over the potential graves of children over the last 2 years. And the only way I can keep doing that is because I am wrapped in ceremony by the communities with whom I work, because it is very hard. It is very heartbreaking to do this. And so we try to do the best we can with the technology, but it really is only, I think, a piece of the puzzle. I think I'm going to wrap it up there. I am happy to talk more specifically about particular technologies and that kind of thing later on. You'll also hear more about specific considerations here in the North later on in the day. But just want to say thank you again for such a warm welcome here. And thank you all for being here. It's really a great honor. So hi, and thank you.
Merci, Keisha. All right, so big thank you for that. Next up, we want to welcome Rebecca Jacques on forensic considerations. So you have the floor, Rebecca.
Merci. Good morning, Tanshi, everyone. It's really an honor to be here. It's my first time here. Thank you for the warm welcome, the drumming and lighting of the fire, and the survivors that share their stories. And I'm also just touched that Lillian's going to be translating, I feel, for the first time in her language what I'm saying, so I'm so delighted. So my name is Dr. Rebecca Jacques. You can call me Rebecca. I'm a citizen of Métis Nation, and I'm also work as a medical doctor in the field of forensic pathology and an investigating coroner in the province of Ontario. And I've been asked to talk about forensics, and I thought I would isolate it to 4 little topics that are really big topics. And I'm also going to warn you that I'm going to use the term human remains. And what I mean by that is a dead human body or any portions of a dead body. And that can include a full skeleton to even bony fragments. So the first thing I want to talk about is, what is forensics? Many people commonly think of forensic disciplines such as forensic biology, forensic pathology, and anthropology as really just tools used for the courts and law enforcement. And you'd be correct. Forensics essentially using disciplines like science and medicines to sort out some problems of law. But there's another part of forensics. That's the humanitarian work that we do. And you don't really hear that too much in TV shows or books or other media. The tools from forensic science and medicine can be used to make positive identifications in people that have died. We do this using the postmortem examination or autopsies. We also use histories and descriptions of what is known about loved ones and apply a variety of techniques, including comparing DNA from the human remains and comparing that to surviving biological family members, so that we are certain that we are returning that loved one to their appropriate family so they can honor and commemorate their loved one. 2, what role can forensics play in residential schools? Unmarked graves. Forensic disciplines can play a role in residential schools if families and communities choose to exhume, which is to remove the land in a burial site, examine human remains, and make possible identifications. As Dr. Supernant Keisha has said, GPR and other related technologies cannot confirm if human remains are in those potential or possible burials. It is through exhumation that can answer this question. Forensics provide a systemic, stepwise approach for the dignified search, recovery, examination, and identification of human remains that may be discovered in the burials. This can be achieved also by respecting Indigenous protocols and ceremonies. In fact, this is done in many death investigation systems. Having a staged approach where you can gather different types of scientific data at each stage can be abbreviated at any stage as long as communities and families agree with the chosen methodology. So for example, you could start with GPR, have potential burial sites. Then the next stage you might consider is doing a superficial exhumation to remove the top surface of the land initially to confirm, is this actually a burial site? Then you could move on and do a full exhumation, and there you would answer the question, is there indeed human remains present here? You could move on and actually examine those human remains and get information like the approximate age of this child. Is there any evidence of disease or injury in the bones? And then finally take a DNA sample in hopes for identification. The third topic is, what are the limitations of forensic work? Well, there are a few. First, you should know that whole bodies are very unlikely to be recovered. There may be bones present within these unmarked burials, but children's bones do not persist as long as adults, and they may disappear due to natural decomposition or breakdown. Second, it may not be possible to identify all human remains. There likely will be very few identifications relating to these children back to their families, and the uncertainty of not knowing the identity of loved ones by bereaved family members before the confirmed identification, it can be extremely distressing. Because there's a high possibility that there may be many unidentified human remains that are recovered, we need to decide before we do any of this forensic work what we will do. Nobody wants to have these remains in storage for decades. Third, forensic work takes a long time and likely will take years. And fourth, forensic experts are largely housed in death investigation systems that are largely colonial constructs. There's a few forensic experts that are Indigenous, and certainly the death investigation systems are quite interested in supporting many Indigenous families and communities with this work. And four, what are the opportunities forensic pathology can offer? So it's an opportunity to honor and commemorate the children. It also realizes the possibility of scientific correlation with other records and to learn more about these children. And finally, can build capacity in Indigenous communities and Indigenous police services where they exist. And you have received a document that gives you more detail about some of the forensic work. And I also would invite my new friend here, Andrina, the Deputy Chief Coroner for the Northwest Territories, who also can be an access and resource for you. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rebecca. That concludes our presentations. And so we want to open the floor for maybe a couple of questions. We'll get start with the people that are present. If you have any questions, we don't have a mic. Maybe just. Okay. Perfect. Lawrence is going to run around with the mics. Coming right over, Paul.
Okay.
Jim Ligne, Chancellor of the Diocese Mackenzie Fort Smith. Very disappointed when I watched the presentation of arraignment that the diocese wasn't recognized. Team from Resolution has spent over 100 hours in our offices going through the records. They're coming back again either this Monday or the Monday after that. They've already spent hundreds of hours going through our records of the diocese. Marie Wilson knows it as well. A number of years ago, I went through all the records of the people at the residential schools, and I pulled out every single record of somebody who had died. I don't know if they were at the school, but every child from 5, 6 years old to 20, I've got a record of in my office. And so those are things I think are important for the people from Yellowknife here to know that the church is very cooperative. The church is working with them in every way possible. Also, I just showing a minute ago in my pocket, I've got a record of the number of deaths. And it's interesting, in I think it was 29 or 30, 350 people died, were buried in the Northwest Territories. And that isn't even counting to teach though in those areas, because that's when the epidemic went through. Last year, there were only 122 deaths. And what's the population back then, according to the population now? It's mainly, I just wanted to let them know that the Diocese of Mackenzie has been very cooperative. The bishop would have been here today himself. He's traveling to Hay River for confirmations tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, I mean, this is a discussion that's been ongoing for a very, very long time. I don't know if you can you hear me? I stand by my comments. I mean, it was 1991 when Oblates first said that they would produce records for evidence of the history of what happened at the schools. More than 30 years later, we finally signed an agreement that didn't even include the personnel of those schools. It's great that you've pulled together records of the children at the schools, but we still don't have the records of who ran them. And I don't think that's a balanced history of the school. If we want a balanced history of the school, we'd like to know also who was responsible for running the schools. Who were the teachers? Who were the administrators? What were their profiles? I mean, that's something that we are working towards, but it's been decades in the process. I mean, it's an ongoing discussion, and I don't think we can resolve it here. But as I said, I stand by my comments. The dispersal of the records. I mean, the Oblates had. I just gave you a small example. Over 10, 15 different repositories storing records of the Oblates of Bishop Grant and just Western Oblates. There was never a single repository that we could turn to pull out records. We still haven't found the records, the sacramental files of the children that were lost at the Kamloops Taysiquimik. That's still an open question. I mean, we have found the sacramental records of that area for births and marriages, but for some reason we still haven't been able to find the deaths. So I mean, and maybe some of it is just poor record keeping. But I mean, we want to behave in good faith and have important questions answered. And as time goes by, I fear that, you know, what gets lost and what gets potentially forgotten. As was said before, one of the vital things is to choose to remember these events, not choose to forget them. Sorry, but I do stand by my comments.
Thank you. Do we have another question?
I
Paul?
have a question for Raymond also. Raymond, you talked about the Indigenous data sovereignty and that would govern collection. You also talked about legal pluralism. And if there's a dispute about the collection, which one would take priority? Which legal system would prevail? And the other question is whether this particular sovereignty can apply to intellectual property.
Thank you. That's a very, very good question. The first response is it's the interest of the survivor that would take priority in issues of sovereignty and control over the records. We're a survivor-driven institution. That was the purpose that's our mandate. And in any sort of discussion that we have, it's always the survivor that takes priority. And I mean, and this is a conversation I've had hundreds of times with survivors, that I've been told by survivors, they don't want their family members, they don't want their neighbors, they certainly don't want their band council to see their files. That, you know, many survivors just aren't prepared to have their stories shared. And that's their prerogative. It's the survivor that we believe should take priority in every question regarding the documentation of their lives and experiences at schools. For the second, it was about sort of private ownership and intellectual property rights. Is that correct? I think that was the question.
He's asking to clarify the second question.
The second question was about whether this indigenous data sovereignty can apply to intellectual property.
Yes, and that's where I was making the case for having some kind of a commons that could put up some rules and principles around this. A couple of years ago, the federal government did have a review of the Copyright Act, and we submitted an argument to say that there should be a collective ownership of traditional cultural expressions of communities, and that private property simply, it doesn't fit. It can't easily apply. There needs to be some kind of a collective common control over these traditional cultural expressions, traditional laws and practices. So that's what we'd like to have, and that's what we submitted to Ottawa in that review of the Copyright Act, to have intellectual property rights shared in community. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that ceremonies are owned by a single person. It just can't. It's that kind of private property model just doesn't work.
Okay, Musty Raymond, we have 2 more questions.
Jackie Bouvin Sitason. I attended residential school. So did my mother. Treaty 10 territory, Northwest Saskatchewan, Beauval Residential School. I sit on the circle of survivors. I have 2 baby sisters buried in Beauval, where the residential school was, in the cemetery, as far as I know. It hurts me to hear and kind of shocked. Maybe I'm wishing for too much to think that technology would be able to find my sisters. And then forensic says that it's hard for babies. One was 6 months, one was 9 months. My mom's dying wish was for us to find her 2 oldest baby girls. I'm going to be 71 in 2 months. And I hope to the Creator, and I pray to the Creator that I find them, or at least have closure. This is what you call trauma. The National Advisory Committee is my family. The Circle of Survivors is my family. National Truth and Reconciliation have helped me out a lot. who knows where I would be if it wasn't for this. My mom hardly talked about it. She just said they're buried there. And we think it's from malnutrition, but we're not sure. And I guess by what forensic is saying, they were babies and we won't know what they died from. I'm glad to be in Yellowknife. This is my first time here. My mother was Dene and my father was Métis. My mother came from Patronac English River, Northwest Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Maybe I'll leave that to you, Rebecca. Just around the possibilities, or what are the potential possibilities of identifying people that are infants?
It's difficult. It's likely not very possible because infant bones, we're really talking in the realm of bones, because soft tissues have undergone decomposition, and the bones of infants are not calcified as much as older children or even adults. So the persistence of their remains is less likely. I'm sorry.
Could I respond as well? Thank you. I think this is a really difficult reality of some things, but the other thing I want to say is that while I said that GPR can't be 100% certain, there are circumstances we can get pretty close. If you know where, if they're in an organized graveyard, if the soil is good, it's possible we could find what will look like small burials. In terms of that specific confirmation, that's not my realm. But I have, when we're working in cemeteries where there's known graves, sometimes we can be 99% certain that what we're finding is a grave. So, but one of the hardest parts for me in this work is the recognition that the science can't find all the children. It can't. Our knowledge in our community is more powerful that way because that's how we know, right? But the science hasn't always caught up and it can't always provide those answers. And there's some of them that are those children that are lost to us because of that. And that is part of the trauma of the whole process. So I wish the science could do better, but the ways in which we can try to provide that, the best we can with the science, but also your mother knew where they were, and we just need to refine that spot so you can do that healing.
We got one more question.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Marie Wilson. I was one of the TRC commissioners. My question is to you, Dr. Supernaut, and just a clarification on a technical thing. You talked about the importance of recognizing patterns. And what I'm wondering about is, does that mean it's impossible in the context of a mass grave?
So if we're looking at a mass grave where you have a large number of people interred together, which we know in the records occurred, especially around epidemics and things like that, those can sometimes be seen using something like ground penetrating radar. I have worked for example, in a cemetery where there's no markers, where there is a large pit in the middle, which we're pretty sure is a possible mass grave. So it's not impossible to find that. The challenge is anything inside of that is probably not discernible. So you could say there's a large pit here where people have talked about there being a mass grave where there's knowledge in community. And that could be potentially detected with these technologies, but I can't tell you specifics about who's in it, but it could locate it. So hopefully that clarifies. It's possible. to find a mass grave using ground penetrating radar or similar kinds of ground search technologies.
Okay, we got one more.
My question to Keisha. Would it be helpful to have students record the attendance to identify some of the places of the unmarked grave? Let's see.
Yes, thank you for that question. Student records can be helpful in a number of ways. One is if you do have recorded deaths, that sort of different locations of burial. So I have worked with communities where there's a list of children who died, but they're buried in maybe 6 or 7 different places. So knowing that would be really, really helpful. Also, some communities are looking at kind of the relationship between the numbers of students who died and are recorded in the records and potential graves that are found. That's more difficult because usually sometimes the cemeteries that are being used for these children are also community cemeteries. So you can't always match up numbers from deaths at the school with numbers from ground penetrating radar or similar things. But there are ways to connect those two pieces together sometimes that can be really helpful. So records are very important. And survivor knowledge is also extremely important. And one thing I always like to just note to folks who are considering priorities, the technology is going to be around and we're probably going to get better at using it, but we know that survivors won't always be around. And we've seen this in communities where key survivors that we've talked to have passed away. So when you're thinking about what to prioritize, the technology will be here, but survivors may not. So something to keep in mind as well.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any more questions for the panel?
I just wanted to make a comment, please. And this is regarding a comment that you made, Jackie, in regards to the loss of your 2 sisters and also to what Rebecca said about, unfortunately, sometimes little children can't be identified and sometimes the records aren't going to be there. And anytime that we're talking about death due to ambiguous loss is the unknown. And there are, in the death process, we don't always have the answers. And we will never find some of the answers. In this process of missing children in unmarked graves, we are not going to have the answers to all the questions that we have. That's the unfortunate part. And when we have a loss that's related to unknowns and that we're not going to know because we don't know why someone dies at the age that they died. I recently lost a really close cousin of mine. He was 47 years old and he died recently. A young man, and we think that, like even young kids have died in residential schools. And we don't understand some of the reasons why people die when they do die. And we have to find ways, our own ways to heal from that. And some of our own ways to heal from that is that to have ceremonies, for that, for those little people that are no longer here with us. And how are you going to do that? How are you going to remember them? And then also to help the families with that loss. How are we going to do that? How are we going to support them? Because we're not going to have the answers. As much as we like to have answers to everything, we're not going to. But how are we going to heal from that? And find ways to do that. And you could only do that collectively as a family on how it is that you decide that you're going to remember that person. And then again, students are the ones, former students, survivors are the ones that we could find out. If Terry attended the same school as some of my relatives attended school, Terry can tell me what they were like as kids. that they were happy little kids, that this is what they like to do, and this is what their personalities were. Those are some of the stories that we can get from survivors. Those are some of the pieces that we can put together our family histories, is by knowing what kind of little people they were as kids. And that is a way of remembering as well. And that's a way of healing, because sometimes when we see patterns, family history, patterns of behavior, if somebody was a comedian when they were little kids, and maybe later on that same genetic way of behavior continues. And it's really nice to know that little person was themselves while they attended residential school, even though they were separated from their families. And so those kinds of stories, it's only survivors that have those stories, because they attended school with them. It's important to collect those stories from the survivors, to try to put the pieces of our families together. And that's healing. And science isn't going to replace that. Science isn't going to find that information for you. Neither is the DNA going to find that information for you, but it's survivors that'll help you find that information.
Let's see, Brenda. We got one more question.
Yes, I got one question, dear Brad. I'm a survivor, and I come very close to going into that unmarked grave. I was a child. I used to cry, wanted to go home. I could still feel the pain. There's other kids that were crying and wanted to go home too. So when do we bring these kids home? Because I come close to going into that unmarked grave when I was 7 years old. Yes, it's a challenge. Very difficult to overgo all through those hurdles. Racism, stomach hate, slandered. Those are very stressful things for people to go through, and it's understandable to see them why they drink, because nobody cares. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be here. When I was crying, I heard somebody crying in the east, somebody crying in the west, somebody crying in the north, somebody crying in the south. But we were all crying about the same pain. So these kids that were in the unmarked grave were my friends when I was a kid. I still struggle with what I go through. But I love life. I love it enough to have courage to give it a voice. I often think about some of these kids were abducted. I was abducted too. So let's find it to bring them in, because they were all crying, wanting to go home to their mom. And I think it's time to bring them home, so we can put them to rest properly, decently. And somebody said that in here. When you say Dene, we're Kosei's peoples. Nobody knows about Kosei. Kosei are the keepers of the fire, and the keeper of the fire lives in the north. It's a very beautiful story when you say Dene. Extraordinary, beautiful story. And they come close to almost blowing out our fire. My grandmother was the keeper of the fire. My teachers were the elders that I was listening to. That's where I got my knowledge. So I really would like to see us all go back home wherever we're innocent in the beginning. And I want my innocence back because I got so much to offer. And Masi show.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you again to our panelists and to everyone out there that has asked questions. Our panelists are 4 members of the National Advisory Committee, and they will be here for 2 more days. And there's also the opportunity to have breakfast here tomorrow morning with them. And the lady that you want to, sorry, you can have breakfast. You're welcome for breakfast tomorrow morning, but they also hold office hours. And what that means is that you can book a meeting with the members to have a one-on-one conversation. So the person that you want to see to make that happen is Celeste. Celeste, if you could stand up. So if anyone would like that one-on-one conversation, you just come see Celeste and she'll arrange that for you. So I know we've been smelling food for a little bit, and so we're gonna get to lunch. Right before we do that, the drummers are gonna come in and honor us with a song. And then we're going to enjoy lunch. So it's 12:25 now. So how about 1:15? We'll start again and give people enough time to enjoy their lunch. And the dead Yellowknife's Dene drummers. I said that nice and loud. They're in the lobby.
Masi, Tanya. So we'll get to eating here soon. I heard this morning there was a lot of people talking about Iyali, the drum, and how nice it was to hear. And I just thought I'd share this story about Iyali, the drum that the Dene use. So about 1.5 years ago, I was in Tegakot Inende or Jatikin for Providence. And I was with an elder, Mr. Sabrin. He's one of their oldest elders in the community. As I understand, he still quads around, skidoos, and does a whole bunch of activities, much like my grandfather. But we got to talking about the creation of Highway 3 leading into Yellowknife. And then the conversation morphed into celebrations about culture, about what the Dene used to do long ago. And I had mentioned the drum, and I asked him, I asked him, when did the Dene start using the drum? And he shared this beautiful story. He said there was a man walking on the trail. He said he was walking on this trail and he seen something round on the ground. He grabbed it. He said, what is this? He said there was a stick here for it. So he grabbed the stick. And then something was telling him to hit the drum. And so he hit the drum. He's looking at it first. I'll just grab your drum there, Bobby. Must see, it's a good drum. So he said he was looking at it and he had that stick, and so he hit it. That vibration was so strong, he said, he let go of it. And he said it was just hovering there, midair. And right that moment, a being came down, a spirit being came down and told him, "E dio e yalit a tenegots at in dionte, gok e hats e tionte, e dio seit e met aneonte, e dio notsi nawajela." He said, Creator gave you this drum. It's a sacred instrument. The vibrations from this are used to heal the people, to bring joy and peace, to bring songs into the community, to make us feel like family. So he shared that with me, and I'll never forget that. So when we use the drum, your heart, your spirit, and your mind has to be in a good place for everybody to feel what the drummers are sharing with the community. So that's why when they do prayer songs, we stand up and we take off our hats. This little part here is very strong. When we're babies, there's no structure there. So our message is we're connected constantly with Creator. It's only when we grow up, it closes up. So in recognition of that, we take off our hats to make that connection once again. So when we pray, our prayers are heard. So I just thought I'd share that about Eyali, about the drum. Tamasi. And those are one of the things that they could not take from us. So big masi cho, whenever we have drum dances and there's dancers, you'll see sometimes the men and the women will dance in front, take off their hats because they're thankful for what the drummers are able to do for communities and lifting up their spirits. Now, is what I heard my grandparents always talk to me about. The human spirit is strong. And when it makes the connection with the drum, oh, it's happy. Happy, happy spirits. And that's what we want when it comes to this type of work that we're doing. So you're here today. I just want to say big thank you for being here. Masi.
Hello. We'll do a drum dance song first, celebration songs, and everybody could dance and move and don't be shy because you gotta wake up the body. And one of our elders, he said too, when holding the drum, like that vibration goes through your body, goes through the ground and wakes up the ground, wakes up the medicine as well too. So all times you always gotta pray with the drum in different ways, and we'll do celebration song first, drum dance song, and then we'll do prayer song after that, and we hope everybody has a good meeting and good thoughts are shared, and there's lots of solutions out there for everything. We just gotta find it. We just gotta work together and make sure we work as a community together. Masi. Oh, bless you, Joe, for that, guys, and thank you for having us here. We'll do one more song. This is that prayer song, and it's called a journey song. And you're always thinking about journey, where you want to go, where you want to be in the future. And part of that journey is right now with everybody with you. You make sure everybody's strong enough to go on. Make sure everybody's good. And part of that journey as well too, your past, your family history, family name, and making sure you honor your ancestors as much as possible, and it'll help them take care of each other. So that's the journey. So we'll see. We'll do that journey song right now. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, you worked up an appetite through that last dance. Time to go eat. Shineti. Merci.
Lunch is served.
So how was it able to withstand such
Francis and Constance.
Upriver over the hill. Look at the radio station here. KOB. We used to say up north, down north. That's the food. North, down river to that way. The radio director. You're confusing people. Yeah, I had a Denny character. Denny in the city. My email is Denny in the city. That's where I really don't want to go. Yeah, that young man.
Good, good, good. Hey, hope everybody had a good lunch. Some good fish and roast beef. It was really good. Now we're going to, oh, it's recording? Okay. We're going to start this session again, this sharing circle, and just wanted to say a big masicho to the people that shared this morning. So right now, we are going to do a panel. This is case studies from the Northwest Territories. Our good friend from Jatiquin, Fort Providence, Joachim Bonnerouge, will be joining us on the history of work around Fort Providence Indian Residential School. And then Beverly Ligne will be joining us online on the Nunivaslut initiative. And I'm your moderator, MC Lawrence Neali. Many may know me through radio, through different community work that I've been doing. I've been asked to join this, and when I had the opportunity to be a part of this, I was grateful and honored and thankful. My father is a survivor. He is no longer with us and never had an opportunity to share his story. And my background is from Wrigley. I was raised by my grandparents, so I never really got to really experience some of those traumas many of my friends have gone through. I was one of the fortunate ones, but when it became public of this knowledge around TRC and just the whole legacy of what this country and what our people have been through, every opportunity like this, I like to be a part of it, just thinking maybe this is what my dad would have wanted me to do, to honor him, his family, and the people of the North. So a big masicho for us and for Tanya Lance here for helping out. So a big masicho to Tanya. And I'm thankful that she asked me to be a part of this. So Joachim Bonnerouge is here. I'm not sure if Beverly Ligne, is she online? Yeah, thumbs up? Okay. So I'll let Mr. Bonnerouge take the floor. Masi, Joachim. No, I think that's good.
Hello, hello. Masi sauti tuyệt lòng tuyệt sẽ cho xin này kê xin mit ao le wong close it asi không din de na ye cho ka hagidindi senezun hajarati ete was it la sondi handigo tenek onigo des angelingo go je sais metal ake galaita masi it's quite an honor to be invited to be part of this work that has been ongoing for some time, and for many of us in the community, in our communities, we are just beginning. And I want to thank Lawrence and Tanya and all the other organizers, especially the group that have come to visit us from Winnipeg. The big picture of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and Commission and the work plans that have been done are something that is really challenging for us. And it'll be just as challenging for our families and for our children. As I'd like to also do, before I make my presentation, I need to say that I too have spent many years in the residential school. 13 years. And sometimes it was quite heartbreaking to think that I was picked up from our village down the river from Fort Providence. I believe it was November, by dog team and brought to the mission. And you know what trauma is like. As much as I've thought I did as much recovery and healing as I needed to do, to this day I still have tinges of PTSD. And I'm beginning to share some of that with my family. It's a little bit more sensitive, but beginning to share with other survivors of my generation. And in our community, the missionaries did come, and I've done a lot of work in forgiving. And I think the sisters and the missionaries that did come north and to our community originally had really good intent. And I'll say a bit more about that, but I just got a message that being a panel of one was a bit surprising. So if you don't mind, I'd like to invite Stephen Kakwe to come up, sit on the panel with me. Stephen, come up, please. The panel of two. Yeah. Oh, panel of three, okay. Here or here? Okay. Regarding Stephen, I think it was about 10 years ago, we started talking about uh, the children that never came home. And we've done, and he'll tell you about from the community of Fort Good Hope, some of the things that we did in our community regarding some of the children that never went home. So Stephen will do that. From the community of Fort Providence, the Sacred Heart Mission School was actually started around 1860, and it ran till 1960 for approximately 100 years. And one of the challenges in our community is, I believe around 1928, the graveyard that used to be, the original graveyard that used to be close by to the mission was moved. And to a new location. And an elder told us the following year they planted potatoes over where the graveyard used to be. The other part is, about 15 years ago, we had a local relative of mine, Bert Lafferty. He was a SAO for the hamlet at the time, did some research, and he did some work with the RC Diocese in Yellowknife and got a number of names, and from there they did some fundraising and erected a monument, two sides of as much names as they could, where the children, what year they died, and which community they came from. In Providence, we had children right from Arctic Red River and Atlavik, and I believe right down to Fort Smith. And we even, one year I recall, we even had a few girls from Coppermine that attended, I think it was a year, maybe 2 years in the mission with us from Coppermine. Can you imagine that? And to date, with Bird Laverty, they I guess he did what he could, but he did not really talk to a lot of the families, because there was different stories of families being really concerned that there was no real closure for a lot of their family, boys and girls that never went home to their villages at the time. But Bert, I have to grant credit for Bert doing what he could at the time. We have right now, if you visit Providence, there where the graveyard used to be, you'll see a nice monument, and it'll be there. But what we need to do, and just the last few years, some of the local survivors, they are becoming elders. They want that whole situation to be worked on again, about identifying where the burial, where the graves are, to what extent. So we still need to do, somebody mentioned, we need, along with the community, we need to do a plan. My idea is, at least for the time being, begin, yes, review what Bert Lafferty and the diocese was able to do in Yellowknife. We need to do more research, and this is very sensitive with some of the families that we need to work with. And obviously, we're going to need some advice and some technical support. And I'm reminded also this morning that we need to have trauma support in place. Back in beginning the year 2000, some of you may know that the Aboriginal Healing Foundation did some work right across Canada. And we were fortunate. We were just getting organized, and there was about 5 of us that got together, and Nick Sibiston was able to put together a proposal, and we did some work. We started to do some work. The only work that we were really, within the 9 years that we had a little bit of funding, was to create an awareness. This is the residential school issue. Was something huge, and all we were able to do was just hold a few gatherings and begin to create an awareness. This was part of our life and part of our history. And during that time, I was in touch with a lot of former students. They were always interested. Joachim, what are you guys doing? What are you doing? Can I go visit? Yes, come and visit. And one time, I did just like something like a press release. And just some mornings, I was so eager to go to work at 8 o'clock in the morning that I wrote out here regarding residential school. My take on it is, and I've been to these communities, we had 4 original scenes of the crime, as I headlined it. was in Fort Chippewan, Fort Resolution, Fort Providence, and Atlantic. That was in the mid 1800s when the church, the Roman Catholic Church, and other churches, I guess, at the time started coming north. And we are also told by elders that we have a lot of unmarked graves in the immediate area where we would initially concentrate. And even those that we could not confirm, it still needs to be declared a sacred site. And you are also reminding me that some ceremonies need to be done. A lot of prayers and a lot of support. This part of the work sometimes is very heavy, and once we have an initial gathering in the community, we have to do our best, and we're going to need a lot of support. And even to prepare, we have to be in a good way. And I have to acknowledge the people that came to visit from Winnipeg. And I have to acknowledge the Yellowknives, Digne drummers. And never in my wildest dream did I think I was gonna dance for my lunch today. Those are the things that are going to help to make us through the work that we're doing. I really commend the people that are here today. I would like to honor each and every one of you. We, especially, I never claim to speak on behalf of survivors. I can only speak on what my history had been. But we're going to need some of our communities. I hear that Fort Resolution did a number of work, and maybe we'll invite them, or maybe we'll go visit them and see what they've done. And we're going to need a lot of technical support for writing proposals. Even when you mention to a Digne in their language a ground penetrating machine, radar, it's something entirely, it'll be new, but it's something that we need to think about. Yeah, it was, we didn't really know that there was Fort Resolution community started doing some work, and we're going to go check with them, or maybe they can come and visit us and speak to us. That was part of my presentation I wanted to make to you today, and thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer you a bit later. Masicho.
Thank you, Joachim. Our next speaker is Beverly Ligne. Beverly works for the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation as the project manager for the Nunavut, I apologize if that's incorrect, initiative. This is an initiative to support Inuit families whose children never came home from tuberculosis sanatoriums. We are really pleased that she could join us because there are so many connections with the story of residential schools missing children. Over to you, Beverly.
Thank you, Tanya. Good afternoon. My name is Beverly Ligne, and I work for the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation as a manager of the Nunavut project. I'm coming to you virtually from Edmonton, Alberta. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me to participate in this event regarding community knowledge and sharing event, finding the children who never came home. The Nunavut project and the missing children are closely related, as some of the children who went to residential school contracted tuberculosis and did not return home. In Nunavut is an Inuktitut word meaning let's find them. In 2010, a working group was created to initiate the Nunavut project. The goals were to establish processes to help locate Inuit who had tuberculosis during the 1940s to 1960s epidemic. Many Inuit were taken and sent outside of their communities for treatment of the disease. In the Inuvialuit settlement region, many people contracted tuberculosis bacterium, and many of those patients were sent to the Charles Council Hospital in Edmonton, Alberta, or to the Anglican and Roman Catholic hospitals in Aklavik for treatment of tuberculosis. Unfortunately, some of those Inuvialuit patients succumbed to the illness and are buried in cemeteries outside of their communities. I work with the Inuvialuit Corporation. It's a partnership between Inuit Nunangat and the Inuit Crown Partnership, and that being, is between, the partnership is between the Government of Canada, Inuit Taprit Kanataima, Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, Makavik Corporation, Nunatsiavut Government, and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated. The partnership declaration was signed by all partners February 9th in 2017. The Nunavut project is one initiative of this partnership. An overview of the Nunavut project commemoration event that we did last year, August 8th to the 19th in Edmonton, Alberta. And one of my roles is to manage and administrate Nunavut's mandate and objectives. And those objectives are to assist families in their search for lost loved ones and compile research to locate the lost Inuvialuit family members, arrange all-inclusive, compassionate travel support for family members as determined by our policy, and arrange and provide funding to enhance Inuvialuit and Northerners' grave locations, organize commemoration and monument events, arrange community tours in the ISR to present Nunavut project updates, provide and arrange health support and awareness for communities in the Inuvialuit settlement region. And like, as I mentioned before, we did a commemoration event last August in Edmonton, and we assisted families with marking their loved ones' graves in Edmonton. And at there were 12 families that I had found information on as to where they were buried. And so we provided all-inclusive travel for those family members to visit the grave sites at the St. Albert Indian Cemetery, the Winterburn Cemetery, the Beechmount Cemetery, the Holy Cross Cemetery, and at the Wetaskiwin Cemetery. And when we did the commemoration event, as I stated before, it took place over from August the 8th to the 19th. And each family at each event, each of the families got to, we did a celebration of life for their loved one. And so we had a service for the family member. And then the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation did a commemoration event to recognize the survivors and also the lost loved ones' burial location. And then the last day of the event, we did the laying of the wreath ceremony. And we went back to each one of those cemeteries and we laid a wreath in memory of the loved one. And with the Nunavut project, as I stated before, sorry, I'm just going over my slides and clicking the button too many times. But like I stated before, we assist families in their search for their lost loved one and compile research to locate lost Inuvialuit family members. We arrange all-inclusive, compassionate travel support for family members. We arrange and provide funding to enhance the grave locations of those lost loved ones once they're found. We organize commemoration and monument events such as the one that we hosted in Edmonton, Alberta. And we arrange the community tours to present our latest findings. And we also provide and arrange health support for those family members who require health and wellness to heal from not knowing where their loved one was buried. And Sorry, so right now, where we are with the project, we had to, we got a contribution agreement from the federal government, and so we had to address each of the initiatives in the contribution agreement. And the Nunavut, so we had to do public awareness, and so we created the Nunavut web page. And as you can see there on the screen, you can go online and view the services that we offer. And it gives you information on what the project is all about. And we also do presentations to create awareness in the 6 ISR communities, the Inuvialuit Settlement Region communities. In 2022, we did the commemoration events. And right now with our project, what we're doing is we're just in the planning stages for the commemoration event debriefing sessions that we're going to hold in the 6 communities in the Inuvialuit Settlement Region. And we're also planning to, when we did the commemoration event in Edmonton, we did a lot of video footage of each of the ceremonies. And so we're going to be doing a documentary that's related to the events. And so those are just some of the things that are going to be upcoming with the Nunavut project. And we're going to continue to do research, continue to assist families to find their lost loved ones, because during the 1940s to 1960s, approximately 900 Inuit were taken and not returned home. And so with my region in the Inuvialuit Settlement Region, we've located 12 graves that we've marked, and the families had their ceremony for each of those. But we still have a lot of research to do with Aklavik, the Anglican and the Roman Catholic, because a lot of people are buried in those graveyards. And so there's a lot of awareness that needs to be done within the communities to locate them, because what happened was a while back, the students, there was a project with the schools where they had to beautify the graveyards. Well, what they did with the crosses was they removed crosses, some of the crosses, and they did not mark the locations of where those crosses were taken from. And so Clarissa Gordon worked with, she's a was a health support worker for the Nunavut project over the last couple of years. And so she did working with the contractor that's doing the work to try to locate where the crosses were to be or are to be. So she was working with them, and there's still a lot more work to be done in that area before we can mark the graves properly. And then we'll also, at the end of this, once we find the locations and the families have their ceremonies, we'll also have a commemoration event at the end of the project. And the funding for this project started in 2018 and will go until 2026. And so there's a lot of work to be done yet under the Nunavut project. So I'd like to thank you for taking time to learn about the Nunavut project and for allowing me to present what the Nunavut project is. Thank you.
Beverly. Next, we'd like to call up Stephen Kafkwe, who is one of our newest addition to the panel. And then right after this, we are going to take a bit of a break and a cultural performance by Leela Gilday. And then Q&A after that. Damasi, you have the floor, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you. I am happy to accept the invitation from Joachim to join the panel. I first saw Joachim in Grolier Hall in 1960. They took a whole bunch of students from the Decho region, Fort Smith, this area, to fill up a new residential school that opened in 1959 called Grolier Hall in Inuvik. And Joachim was in senior boys, and I was in junior boys. And I remember him and Robert Andre from Sizichik, particularly because they used to skate a lot. And even then, Joachim was a great hockey player. But I remember them because I wanted to be like them, or so I thought. I wanted to be older, bigger, stronger, because I was getting so badly abused. I was 9 years old. And little did I know that, Joachim was going to spend most of his life in residential school too, and he had his own demons and traumas to deal with. So that's our history. So Joachim has been serving for chief so long that I always call him the chief. For him, he's a lifetime chief. So thank you for that. Let me start by just saying the obvious, but it needs to be said every time, that this is sacred work. And as sacred work, we always have to do it with ceremony. And we have to ensure that we treat each other with respect and acknowledge one another. That is really important. And the other thing that I think is becoming obvious to me is every time we have residential school survivors in a meeting, it doesn't matter what the agenda is, that I think we have to make time to have them heard, because I didn't hear some of the stories that I heard this morning before. And I think there's so much more to be heard. And I say that in a funny way because I haven't seen John Morisseau for years, since I think the TRC was in Edmonton. And we spent a whole morning and afternoon just sitting, and he was just telling me stories after stories, and I couldn't tear myself away from it because I didn't know if I was going to see him again. And yet we've run into each other a few times since then, and we are dying out literally as survivors. There's a fixed number of us, and every year there's a few more of us that pass on, and that's why I say, like a gathering like this, we're here to talk about burial sites and unmarked graves, But we also should always make time, you know, like maybe the evening before or whatever, to invite residential school survivors to tell their story. And then we can get on to whatever it is that we think needs to be done after that. So I thank Joachim for asking me to come up here. So I was off to do some other things at lunchtime. But the monument that Joachim spoke about, that is located in Fort Providence, as a survivor, it had significance for me for a long time. And I used to read the names wondering, you know, what these children might have been like. And one year I discovered that for a certain part of our history, my family had a French name on my mother's side. And I discovered 3 names on that monument site. There's Helen Laporte, Charles Laporte, Georgina Laporte. And it got more and more tangled up in my own recovery as a residential school survivor. And all to say, over a number of years, we decided, and Marie was there with me to put it all together. But what we did was instead of going there individually and, you know, whenever occasion we had to visit this site, we decided to go as a family. So we had my brothers and sisters come in from places like Cova Lake, Norman Wells, Fort Good Hope, and here in Yellowknife. And we drove over there, it's about 3 hours from here. And we worked with Joachim and some of the community leaders beforehand. And they received us. They did an incredible ceremony. The drummers were there, the elders were there to do the ceremonies with the fire and tobacco. And we had a beautiful ceremony to, at least for us as a family, to go there and call out the names of those survivors of ours by name, because nobody has said their name over them since they were buried somewhere in those fields. We brought gooseberries from Good Hope because they would have eaten that as young children. Blueberries, cranberries. We brought dry fish, and we brought dry meat. This is the food that those children would have grown up on. And we sang them songs, drum songs, Good Hope drum songs, because they would have grown up listening to that and dancing to that. So that's the kind of ceremony that we had at that time. And we had support. The community was so good at hosting us, welcoming us, and elders doing the prayers and the ceremony that we wanted to see. It's been, it was a great thing because our grandchildren were also there. They were helping us drum, actually. So we, as a family, we got into it. And out of that came this realization, only we don't have resources for it. But there are names, for instance, on that monument, from places like Good Hope, for instance. There's Tanachi. There's no one alive now that has that last name. The last Tanachi died about 30 years ago. Ishin. There's no one left in Good Hope with that family name, but There are relatives. The last Ishin died in the late 50s. And so I think the community needs, it's one thing to locate these bodies and area where grave sites are located, but we need help to bring some closure for some families. For some families, they don't even know. They don't even know that their family names, the children are buried there. We stumbled on it the first time when Frank Taselli was still the chief of Good Hope back in the early 90s. And there was a meeting in Fort Providence and we went there and I was telling them about my visits to the monument. So the chief said, let's take our delegation down there. And we went down there, and as we were reading the names, it was the realization, and it was so traumatic. It was so traumatic that two of our delegates, two of the women, just completely fell apart on us. And we had no support workers. We just walked right into it. They were reading the names. All of a sudden, here's the relatives with their family names etched right on there. And it took us about 2 hours, I think, before we could be coherent as a group again. So it was a powerful moment, and for about 2 hours, we were just struggling to recompose ourselves. And, the chief said at that time, which he never has ever, but he said, even I had tears, he said. And he said it kind of in a joking way, but it showed the enormity of and the depth of which that trauma still carries in those of us that have relatives buried there that have names showing. So we still go there. I don't think the kind of delegation that we organized at that time has been done again. The community needs resources to reach out. For instance, it'd be good to have somebody take down the names of everybody that is shown to come from Sitichik or Arctic Red River. There's names from there. Somebody would need to do the work of writing those down and then writing to the chief and finding an occasion when it's appropriate to let the community members know that these are the names on that monument. And the same with Good Hope, the same with Tulita, which was Fort Norman at that time. There's other communities that are shown to be where these children were from. And they need closure. So aside from finding them in Fort Province, I think the community cries out for that because they unintentionally or whatever are holding the gravesite of all our children in their community, and they need to have some closure. Like it's one by one, we need to have closure on every name that is on that monument. So that's what I wanted to add to it. So thank you very much.
Hey, Musty Stephen. Big musty show to the panelists that came out today. We really appreciate all of the information that you've all shared. We have also a very special treat this afternoon. Leela Gilday has generously agreed to perform, and we're going to take a little short health break while Leela gets set up, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Is Leela here?
That's sound check. That's her. Perfect. All right. Awesome. I'm just gonna introduce you. Bless us with your magic. What? Yes. Yeah, that's fine. If people want to take pictures and record, that's fine. Okay. Should I say that? No, it doesn't matter. If you want to. Welcome back, everyone, after our health break. It's now, it's our great pleasure to be able to introduce this afternoon's performer. Ligne Gilday is a two-time Juno Award winning Dene singer and songwriter, and Yellowknife is her hometown. Ligne, thank you so much for being with us today. Marcy Cho.
Merci. Merci Cho. Suzy Ligne Gilday Siriti, se no Cindy Kenny Gilday se ta Bill Gilday, se sotine ke satugot ine, and Edjon Somba ke tiate. I'm really honored to be here with you today. Really, really appreciate all of the sacred work that you're doing, as Stephen, my relative Stephen said. This first song that I'd like to share with you is called Keta Natseju, and I actually wrote it during, in collaboration with several other Indigenous artists from the North. And it's about how we are all strong together, we are all healing together, and we are taking that back. So it's actually in tribute to Indigenous families healing our relationships within our own families from this colonial trauma that we all have borne. My dear mother, I wish you well. I can't stand to see you cry. So I hide this distant hell, and I wipe the tears from my eyes. My dear brother, I see you again. There's so many things I long to say. I have dealt you a bad hand, and all I can do is pray. I've said you. I've said you. My dear mother, I can see you now, watching from that dark on the lake. I wish I could give you back all the things your life would take. My dear brother, is there no other way? Surely you deserve a chance. I wish I could hold you up and you would join us every day. Yes, I know, I said you. My sweet sister, you haunt me still. I see you all dressed in red. I wish I could turn back time and take back all those things I said. Can't I learn my sweet? I said you. Can't I learn my sweet? I said you. Can't I learn my sweet? I said you. Masicho. Actually wrote that song also in collaboration with Stephen Kakwe and Paul Andrew. So Musti, for all of the guidance and the creative collaboration that we've had over the years. It's been a real honor to share that with you, and I'm always grateful. This past couple of years has been the first time that I've embarked on a real language reclamation journey, and as part of my journey, and this is actually, this next song that I'd like to play for you is unreleased, and it's something that I wrote in collaboration with my cousin Gloria Godet, Gloria Nayeli, and we were, when the news about the children, the 215 graves that were discovered in Kamloops came out, you know, we were talking about things that we wanted to write about. And this Dene record is about all kinds of things. I have all kinds of songs about the love of the land and our connection to our families and love songs and all that. But this song is about, the title of this song is Tsodane Sudi. The children are happy. And it's not just an exhortation to raise our children well, because so many of our children didn't have a childhood, but also to cherish them and to love them, and that they're straight from the Creator. So this is Tsodane Sudi. Nebebi nezon nachie, nebebi nezon nachie. Bita beno nebebi he, na guashe na daklo haji beta bebi sudi liga beta bebi sudi liga bebi
nezon konka eta nezon konka
Masicho, thank you so much. That's literally the second time I've performed that song to a live audience. I feel real nervous. That's a part of this language reclamation journey, though, is that not everything that I still sound like a 2-year-old speaking, so not everything that I'm gonna pronounce is correct, and I gotta just try my hardest and put myself out there because it's so much a part of our healing journey, is that language reclamation journey. So this next song I also wrote in collaboration with someone you may know by the name of Lawrence Nayali. This last couple of years have been amongst the hardest that me and my family have experienced. And it has become really apparent that we have such a beautiful network of friends and family members who would step forward and walk through the fire with us. So this is dedicated to those friends, Setsani. So tine, so tine, so tine, so tine, asine ya, gondejinde, ton ejon. Neyatine senezine kendine senahe çok elani ne kendine Setsani, 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 semasi gonendi, Setsani, now they cannot say what Sessa dedilani kaiklu nanete hey hey yere hey yere hey 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 yere hey yere hey 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 yere hey yere hey oh Setsani Setsani
Setsani semasi gonendi Setsani nejine ik onte Nejine ik onte Setsani 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 Semasi Masi 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 Setsani 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 Semasi gonendi Setsani tine So tine Se so tine So tine
Masicho to Lawrence as well. That song is coming out on my new record, starting in the fall. It's gonna be just ever deadly. I'd like to close with this song. I was asked to write the theme song for the 2020 World Cup of Cross Country Skiing, and then that didn't happen. I could say I was supposed to participate, but I wasn't. But I think it's a real, what really always impresses me, and not just impresses me, but just inspires me, is the resilience of our communities. And you're here gathered doing such important, sacred, powerful work. And it's all contributing to that resilience. It's just a testament. And I'm consistently inspired by the people that get up every day and embark on their own healing journey and do work like this to heal our communities as well. So Masicho, I'd like to send this song out to all of you. And it's called Giants. And it's about how when we're facing really tough times, really tough obstacles or hard times, I always draw upon that resilience that actually runs through our DNA, that our ancestors have passed on to us. So this is for you guys.
We are brilliant as the snow, 10 million years of atoms glow, shining through the deepest night. Trust the stars to bring you home, though you're out there all alone. Ancestors guide you to the light. Ancestors guide you to the light. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. Took some time to get you here. Looking back, we feel the tears. We remember what we gave. Letting go of all your fears. Thankful for 1,000 years. Courage in our DNA. Courage in our DNA. chonke surinake se eyihe dakeriye. Their blood runs through your blood. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. Shine bright, feel strong. We are giants in our hearts. We are giants in our hearts. Well, well, hey, well, 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 hey, well, 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 hey, well, hey, oh. Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah. Well, well, hey, well, hey, oh. Masito, thank you so much. Masi, masi.
Oh, Nizide, Masi Cho Lila. And Masi for sharing those songs that we've been working on. The song that she shared was about friendship, our relations with one another, especially our close friends, are so vital, so important to our own individual growth. And, you know, over time, you lose a lot of friends, and you gain a lot of new friends as well. So that was a friendship song. So Masti Leela for that. And just so great to hear Leela speaking the language and singing the Dene songs of the North and showcasing it with the world out there whenever she goes on tour. So that for me is powerful, especially for our young generations growing up in the North, seeing that in the communities and around this country. I had a comment about 5 years ago when Leela was up. It was a little girl, and she said, "I want to do that when I get older. I want to be able to sing and sing in our language and attach our identity and our culture to our performances." And I thought people like that inspire others to do to do great things in their lives. So a big masicho for that for Leela. All right, now next we're gonna have Crystal Fraser, and we're gonna be talking about the unique context when it comes to this issue of unmarked graves and bringing our children home here in the Northwest Territories. Crystal Fraser is gonna speak on the history of Indian residential schools and interrelated institutions in the North, and just the implications for searches. Brian Mormon on the physical landscapes of the North. So we'd like to ask them to be prepared. So Masi for that. Do we have to bring the tables up for this one? Okay, so just give us some time, and we'll set up things here for you, for our speakers. Crystal, are you here? Oh, are they both online? Oh, okay, Brian. All right. And then right after we have Crystal and Brian, we're going to open up the floor to some questions and answers just on some of the topics that they're going to be bringing up. So Masi for that. Now, I come from Wrigley, Pitseki, and I was brought up by my grandparents, and each night they would share a story. And this would go on from the time I arrived to Wrigley all the way up until I was about 12 years old. In the evenings, they would sit in their room and they would just exchange stories about what life was like long ago. And those are my favorite stories. For me, it's kind of decolonizing what Western society has taught me and bringing back what was taught to my grandparents. So I'll tell you the story real quickly while they set up here about how they used to strengthen the backs of women. Now, my grandmother shared this story that her mom used to fix up a backpack for her. And she would say, she would say, she would instruct her, I'm gonna fix up this backpack for you. I don't want you to look at the very bottom though, just leave it alone. Whatever you need is right from the top. So my grandma back then would have to listen. And so she would do this. And every spring, my grandmother, before she goes out to go check the snares, would prepare the backpack again. And every year, that backpack would seem to get a little bit heavy. And then when she was about 12, 13 years old, my grandmother picked up the backpack and described it as like carrying rocks. It was so heavy, and she didn't understand it. But she also was told not to look inside, but I guess she was carrying this big heavy backpack in the bush trails by Yendi's Lake, which is our family's lake just by Pitseki, by a river between two mountains. And they were going to Fish Lake, long ways, long travel. So she's carrying this backpack and it's heavy. She gets about a quarter of the ways and she stops and she thinks, you know, I know my mom told me not to look in this bag, but it's so heavy, I gotta see what's going on. So she took off her backpack, she laid it on the moss, and she started taking out things. There was some which is like pemmican. There was dry meat, epenkon, and there was a little bit of bread, and then there was a little cloth, a little canvas cloth, and she started taking out all of these things, little snares, little things that her mom prepared for her. And then there was this added canvas at the very bottom, and she hit it, and it was like hard. So she looked inside, and she took it out. She took out the canvas, and she seen about 13 to 12 little rocks. It started from a little pebble, and it grew and grew and grew and grew and grew until it got to a big rock right in the middle. It got right in the middle, and she said, she's like, how come there's all these rocks in my backpack? That's why it's so heavy. So she put the canvas back and put everything back and then continued on the way and then returned back after checking the snares. She got to the camp and she said, Ama, she said, Ama in the language is mother, mom, mother. She said, Daniel said to me, she said, how come there's all of these rocks in my backpack? And she said, this is how we do things. She said, in the future, not far from now, you're going to have babies and you're going to have to pack them long ways in the bush through pretty harsh territory. And we put all of these rocks in your backpack over the years so that way you can feel what it's like to carry a baby in the bush. And it's to strengthen your lower back so it gives you strength. And my mom never questioned her mom again. She said, there's a reason for these things. I listened to you. She would go on to pack about 9, 10 babies in the bush in the future. So, strong back, my mom. So that's one of the ways that they used to strengthen people. And, you know, those are some of the things that can be carried on. going forward. And those are the stories I wanted to share with you. I just thought it was such a cool little story my grandmother shared. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Brian to the, okay, Crystal, are you here?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I hear you. Hey, Crystal, hope you enjoyed
Hi.
that story.
I did very much. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll let Crystal take the floor. Masi.
Mussy Lawrence. Okay. I had hoped to be there in person with all of you today. Life had other plans for me, so thank you so much for allowing me to present on Zoom. Showri Crystal Gail Fraser Vilgi, she won cut Juliet Mary Bullock Shannon at Bruce Fraser, she tiate inchu, Guyatsi Dichu, at Marka Andre Bullock, Shitshu to Inchu to at Richard Bullock, Shitchi to Inchu, Anuvik to at Dechancho Genjik, Gwitsat Gwichia Gwichin Ifli. I know some of you, my name is Crystal Fraser. My late grandparents are Marka Andre Bullock and Richard Bullock of Sigachik, Anuvik, and Dechancho Genjik, or Tree River, our fish camp. It's really nice to be here, and I'm just delighted to be able to present. So I'm going to start my slideshow. I just want to give some people some thanks before I get started. I can't name everyone, but the people who really have supported me in this work over the years: Alistine Andre, Agnes Mitchell, Robert Alexi Jr., Fred Cooey, Velma Alisiak, and Denise McDonald, the late Mary Kendi, the late John Banksland, the late Elizabeth Collin, Jordan Peterson, Grace Blake, and Dr. Sharon Firth. I have really been resonating with this concept of strength and resilience that Leela mentioned. Also, I heard it in the survivors panel. So I just really want to thank Paul and Terry and Ernie and Lillian. Your words and experiences just really grounded me. So thank you for that. As Brenda had mentioned, it's very important to look after ourselves as we do this work. For sure, it can be something that is either in isolation or cumulative, that you think you're okay and then one day you're just not. So please take the time and care that you need, and know that we're here for each other. I can't see who is in the room, so I'm not sure how long or short of an introduction to give, but I know some of you I do not know. A very brief introduction to why I do this work. You know, I really draw upon our strength as Gwich'ya Gwitchin people, as Indigenous Northerners in our beautiful community. My first role model and elder and language teacher was my Dudu, Julianne Thedecha. Thedecha means the one who carries a feather. She was also known as Julian Andre and Julian Jerome of Sigachik. She was a trapper and a fur trader and a mother and a linguist. And I really cherish the early years that I had with her. Her daughter, Marka Andre Bullock, on the top right, was my next teacher about the importance of fish, about our relationship with land and animals, and how it is that we need to be respectful and to look after the land and have a relationship with the land. Bottom right corner is myself practicing those teachings when I was 4 or 5 years old at our fish camp at Tree River. And then, of course, the ongoing importance of women in Indigenous cultures and societies. My mother, Juliet Bullock, my daughter on lap now, she's now 7 years old, and my sister, Wineo. So thank you also to the women in my life who have role modeled strength and resilience. You might know about the work over the last 10 or 15 years, I guess, that I've done on the history of residential schooling in the Northwest Territories, in specific, my home communities, the Inuvik region. And, you know, I really struggled in my early years doing that research. And under the guidance of elders and community, I have come to realize that this research is often underestimated, undervalued. We still don't know a lot, even though we have living survivors among us every day who can share these stories. And in relation to this work, particularly in the North, I worked with Agnes Mitchell on the title By Strength We Are Still Here. And this work comes out of my PhD, which I'm currently publishing that in a book format. The book is going to be called By Strength We Are Still Here. And this comes from undertaking oral histories and interviews, and also spending time on the land in order to understand our history of residential schooling and child institutionalization. So what I'm going to do here in this presentation is maybe outline a few key ideas about this kind of work in the North. Obviously, I can't cover everything, but when we think about residential schooling histories in the North, it is unique and it is different. So I'm grateful to my colleague Raymond Frogner, who was able to present as the head archivist of the NCTR. And I've learned a lot about archives in my time as a historian. And one thing I've come to realize is that the discipline of history, or the practice of history, still prioritizes written documents and archives over Indigenous knowledge, over survivors, over the perspectives of our people. And so really with archives, you just get one side of the story. As you're undertaking this work, you might be asking, you know, what archive do I need to draw upon? There are dozens, if not hundreds of, well, probably hundreds of archives in Canada. In particular, for my work on the history of Grolier and Stringer Halls and Fleming Hall and Indian Day Schools, most archival materials that I've found have been at the Northwest Territories Archives in Yellowknife, just right across the street from the Explorer, Library and Archives Canada, which is in Ottawa. You'll see photos of that on this slide. But also church archives are important. I will say that continues to be a complicated and political process. And if you're wanting to do archival research, you know, really there needs to be an acknowledgement that the documents that you're reviewing are going to be the perspective of the church and of the state, of Indian agents, of education superintendents, of, you know, residential school engineers, of teachers. Very, very rarely do we get the perspective of Indigenous peoples or children who are institutionalized or survivors in archival records. So they're fairly one-sided. Additionally, you know, you have questions about planning your visit in advance, what is available to you, navigating ATIP processes, protection of privacy and information. Are the materials that you're requesting going to have to be redacted? In my case, they were so heavily redacted that they were almost unusable. Other questions, if you're looking at a Catholic-run residential school, are the records going to be in French? And if so, that could be a specialized kind of French that the oblates used. So knowing that something like an archive, which should not be intimidating, it is just basically a big library, can come with a series of challenges. And we're going to talk about how that's related to the North a little bit more. My second point is the uniqueness of geography in the Northwest Territories when we think about residential schooling. And so my area of focus has been my hometown of Inuvik, where, we had Grolier and Stringer halls. And one thing that Archives has been able to help me with is to determine where children came from, the children who were institutionalized, and there were thousands of them, where it is, what communities they came from. And so through my archival work, I found that Inuvik was really this hotspot, this place where, for the federal government, it was a government-built town. It had to be a success. And part of the success of Inuvik was filling Grolier and Stringer halls. They needed the children in order to prove that their multi-million-dollar schooling / genocidal program was a success. And so children all the way from Happy Valley, Goose Bay, as far north as Grise Fjord, Old Crow, and Fort McMurray. And so even though the archive has been able to provide this kind of context, we also know that these geographies are very vast and very distant, meaning that there's a very good chance that there are records related to the institutions in Inuvik in other places apart from Yellowknife and Ottawa. This is a national story. This is not just a northern story. And so, acknowledging that the children who were institutionalized in the North came from dozens of communities. They came from dozens of different nations. And so, for instance, if you're wanting to undertake archival research or even community engaged research with survivors, knowing that could bring you to dozens of different places. So asking yourself, is that possible? Is this a possible research outcome in order to consult communities and survivors? So my third point is many locations in the North are considered remote. For people who grew up in these remote communities, I always say that, like, Edmonton, where I live now, I always thought of Edmonton as more remote when I grew up in Inuvik than I do, for instance, a smaller community. But the way in which these institutions were managed was from a perspective of remoteness. And so, for instance, you'll see in archival documents that the management of these institutions was sometimes not great because it was so far away from Ottawa. And so we know that the location of Indian affairs, the location of the top bureaucrats who oversaw residential schools, they were several thousand kilometers away in Ottawa. And that had a lot of implications for the children who were institutionalized. On the one hand, we relied on waterways and transportation on barges and other boats in order to get, food and fresh fruits, but also like medical supplies in order to treat children who were ill at residential schools. On the other hand, because these places were so far away, residential school administrators sometimes had the flexibility to kind of do whatever they wanted. That could be a good or bad thing. For instance, there are a number of examples in my research where administrators depended on the goodwill of Indigenous families. Missionaries and residential school staff would literally not be alive if it was not for Indigenous peoples. And this allowed residential schools to have a relationship with Indigenous parents. And therefore, Indigenous parents were able to influence some of what happened at the residential schools. They could provide caribou for their children. They stocked the institution with, fuel, harvested ice, etc. But on the other hand, because Ottawa was so far away and there was no oversight, there was really a gross misuse of power. The school inspections weren't done. The Indian agents weren't on the ground to necessarily oversee conditions. So here I just have a few photos. These are from the Northwest Territories archives that show the residential schools in Aklavik. Aklavik shared many of the same traits as Southern residential schools. For instance, in the middle, holding the Union Jack flag, we can tell that there was an emphasis on British curriculum. And then on the two outside photos, the one on the right, you have children unloading the schooner full of fuel, of wood for the winter. On the left, you can see a girl who has baked literally dozens of loaves of bread there in the background. We also know locations of residential schools in the north. This is probably a different conversation than certain residential schools in the south. And so when we think about these big institutions, particularly Stringer Hall, Grolier Hall, Acacho Hall, others in Fort Simpson and Fort Smith that opened in the late 1950s and 1960s. These conversations are different because these institutions were right in the middle of town. They were in urban centers. And so we look at institutions in the South and they were sometimes, outside of cities or hundreds of kilometers away in the country off reserve, basically in places where you didn't belong there unless you were institutionalized or if you worked there. But in communities like Inuvik, like Yellowknife, like Fort Smith, these institutions were in the middle of town. And I think that is going to have an implication, particularly if you're looking for unmarked graves or if you're doing ground searches, in the sense that residential school administrators could get away with far less. The community was there to oversee and to watch what happened. They didn't necessarily have, remoteness or geography on their side. If a student died, it had to be looked after in a certain way. Additionally, in a place like Inuvik and in other northern communities, the geography is marked by things like utilidors that we see here in the photo. The photo on the right is very telling from my perspective, because you can see Grolier Hall, you can see Stringer Hall, you can also see Father Adams, I believe is Father Adams' garden. Many stories of children who were hungry raiding that garden. Father Adams even talked about putting up an electric fence around it to keep kids away, but also these little spaces under the utilidor, which were sometimes places of sexual assault and violence. And so when we think about geography, we think about like what kind of land is around, who is around to watch things that are happening. But additionally, what did modernization look like in the Arctic? And utilidors are the running of like facilities and pipes and sewer lines. and they surprisingly come up a lot in student experiences at Grolier and Stringer Halls. So the location is important. The role of parents is something that survivors continue to bring up in my conversations with them. So when we talk about strength and resilience, you know, the Carpenters right here in the middle from Sachs Harbor, Fred Carpenter wrote a number of letters to the Inuvik Drum in the 1960s calling for a local school to be built in his community so he would not have to institutionalize his family at the residential schools in Inuvik. We have Newt Hansen here on the right. I interviewed him about 10 years ago a few times, and he really emphasized that the role that his parents played and also his elders in the preservation of his culture, like dressing him in a certain way while he was at Stringer Hall, always remembering little parts of his language. And then, of course, on the left in front of Sam's, we have some Northerners who are there to provide cultural demonstrations. I believe this was a part actually of the Arctic Winter Games, but the role of parents, I think this has a unique place in our histories, especially when we think about how we're all connected and kinship and lineage and how we continue to look after each other. This is really something that has been underemphasized in the research on residential schools. Survivors continue to bring up their parents, not only how hard it must have been to watch your child be removed and institutionalized, but also the ways that parents continue to advocate and continue to fight for the culture and language and the well-being of their children. We also know that the time period in the North is different. We have the first residential school opening the same year as Canadian Confederation, so 1867. But we also know that Grolier was one of the last institutions. Beverly just corrected me, the Northern Games. Thank you very much. Sorry. Now I'm distracted. We also know that Grolier Hall was one of the final ones to close in Canada, along with the Gordon Indian Residential School in Saskatchewan on the right. And so what does this time period mean? What does it mean when you have people, you know, my age, so 43 and younger, who were a part of the residential schooling system? I think in the North that we're still grappling with these kinds of outcomes and trauma in a way that maybe other places or other nations aren't. So bringing that extra level of care and sensitivity to the work, I think, is really important. So when we're talking about searches, I mean, like, first I asked, like, what kind of searches? Some people who have spoken here today focus on ground searches, some focus on archival searches. My search is for Indigenous knowledge. My search is for how survivors and their parents and communities, I guess my relatives and my ancestors, how is it that we did this? And so I have a quote here. The past are stories, local and global. The present are communities, cultures, language, and social practices. All may be spaces of marginalization, but they have also become spaces of resistance and hope. And that is definitely what I see in the North. I'm a proponent of community engaged research. This is going to look different for different people. And of course, it's unique to each community. But I really think that, like, whether you're doing archival searches or ground searches or oral histories and work with survivors, I think that has to be a local community-based conversation, that it needs to be community-driven, and it needs to be organized in a way that is going to bring good to communities and not harm. So acknowledging that, you know, in academia, I work at the University of Alberta, and I see a lot of things about research, knowing that, you know, that has been an exploitative practice. Researchers with Indigenous communities for centuries, really, and knowing that it is our responsibility to change that, and to decide what is the best path forward for us. One of the things that I have found through this approach is that our elders and survivors have done a lot of thinking about these issues. They are intellectuals. They are the ones with the PhDs from our nation. And I just have one example here. Mary Effie Snowshoe in Tetlek from Fort McPherson. When I first met Mary Effie about 10 years ago, she had already a very clear concept of colonization. And so we need to have the awareness that we have the strength, but also like the theoretical models already exist in our community. We do not need outsiders or necessarily, you know, academically trained experts. We have long been historians and philosophers and also theorizers. And so in my work in particular with Agnes and Alistine, we have come up with some Gwich'in concepts of strength. I will cite one Indigenous academic. She is from Alaska, Eve Tuck. Eve Tuck says that if we're doing this kind of research as Indigenous peoples, that we need to stop thinking of ourselves as broken. And a part of that is to use strength-based approaches. And so over the years, as Alistine and Agnes and I have talked about this, 3 different concepts of Gwich'in strength have emerged. So T'ai, which is ancestral strength, V'tai, which is personal strength, and then Gutai, which is collective or community strength. And I have found through my work with survivors that even as children at these residential schools, they were using all of these forms of strength. And so they learned these forms of strength from our ancestors. They practiced these forms of strength during their traumatic years at residential school. But then additionally, as we're undertaking these histories, we're practicing these forms of strength when understanding the past. And so by doing these kinds of searches, searching for strength, searching for the voices of survivors, and for our own interpretations of history, what does that give us? That gives us, you know, a renewed relationship with the land, that gives us stories, that gives us culture, that gives us language. I mean, I'm continually surprised about what a trip on the land or on the land activity can teach me about my own language. It gives us this sense of community and belonging. And one of the most beautiful things about this is that you don't need to apply for federal funding. You don't need, you know, several $100,000s to fly people in or get experts. We already have those in community here. So that is the end of my presentation. I show this last slide because these are some of the things that I have gained through my interest in residential schools. You know, my grandma, Marca Andre on the right, I gained a better perspective of what she went through when she was institutionalized at the Immaculate Conception Residential School. My relationship with Agnes Mitchell at Tree River and working with a moose head and other activities has shown me various forms of strength. Even my relationship with my dog, you know, like I think about the dog teams that our families used to have. And also like even the way that I greet my daughter in the mornings or after school, drink Greensy. I don't feel like any of this growth as a Gwich'in or as a historian wouldn't have happened without a focus on residential schooling. So thank you very much. Again, I appreciate your time. Look forward to any questions or feedback, and I will turn it over to Brian.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Crystal is also a member of the National Advisory Committee. Thank you, Crystal. So Brian is up. Brian is a geographer from the University of Calgary, and he has done work all over the world, but he specializes in Arctic environments. He has studied how factors, coastal erosion and glacial dynamics can change the physical environment. Over to you, Brian.
Lights are very bright here. Holy cow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Crystal. And I just want to start by thanking everybody that's come before me today and everybody here. It's been an amazing day. Every one of these that I go to, I learn so much and I grow so much in them. So thank you so much. As the introduction said, I'm Brian Moorman. I'm from the University of Calgary. I've been working in the NWT now for over 3 decades, studying the landscape, studying the ground, the permafrost, the dirt, the water, and the ice. And over that time, I've gotten a chance to learn techniques that geographers learn, one of them being ground penetrating radar. And that's how I come here today, because a number of years ago, using ground penetrating radar to study permafrost, I was asked to say, hey, can we use it to look for cultural artifacts, namely buried bodies? And so over time, I've been involved in a number of searches everywhere from Tuktoyaktuk to, well, as far south as Yemen. So I've gotten a fair amount of experience in the physical search. So where Crystal talked about the uniqueness of the NWT and the residential school experience from a cultural side and a social side, I was asked to talk a little bit about it from the physical side. What's unique about the NWT from the physical side? But it's important to note that if we're gonna move forward on this, as has been said a number of times today, it's not just, you know, a ground penetrating radar survey or archival research. It really is bringing together a whole bunch of people with different expertise to come together, to work together. And so, you know, it's complex. It's not simple. There's all kinds of diversity. You're looking at bringing together survivors and elders, their families, the whole community to look at the issue together. You're bringing in experts. You know, somebody, as we've seen from the people that do archival research, it's not a straightforward thing that just anybody can do. There's expertise that is involved in that. Being able to interpret what's stored in the archives and being able to access what's stored in the archives and make it available and turn that data into knowledge. We're also talking about archaeological searches, the health and wellness, as one of the first speakers talked about today. You know, none of this goes forward unless we take care of the health and well-being of people that are doing it and the community members. And then my little part is on the search side of things, the scientific, you know, what can we see underground? with geophysics. And then, of course, the next step is forensics, if you want to go that far. So it's a complex thing, and I just wanted to say a few words about what makes the search side, the physical search side, unique in the Northwest Territories. So what are we searching in? First of all, you know, it's funny, and when I started out in geography, I thought, ooh, this physical geography stuff, this is really complex, understanding how the world works. And now that I'm learning more about the social side of things, I realize what I do is really, really simple. I got the simple part of it all. But what are we doing? We're trying to find unmarked graves with some hints or some existing knowledge, some wisdom that comes from the social side of things, from, you know, elders, from survivors, from aerial photographs from the past, from archival records. And then when my part comes to be, I come there and we say, well, we want yet another line of evidence to support this information that we already have. So what are we doing? We're looking in sediment. Well, why is sediment here any different than anywhere else? Well, if you look at the Northwest Territories, when we're in the north, we do have different things. Mainly, one of the big things is permafrost, right? So we're looking at frozen ground and the effect that that has. And that really varies from when you come from the south, where the ground is only frozen for a short period of the year, to Tuktoyaktuk, where we've got hundreds of meters of thick permafrost. And only the smallest, thinnest little layer on the surface is unfrozen for any part of the year. So that means that if you have a grave in that area, it's going to have a very different characteristic as far as preservation and what the characteristic looks like. Permafrost is a function of the climate, and the climate, of course, is all important when it comes to searching for bodies underneath the surface, because that subsurface climate changes the bodies. They decompose over time. The warmer it is, the faster it happens. The colder it is, they can be preserved for many, 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 many years. As we've seen some bodies in the Arctic being preserved for tens of thousands of years. So that's something that we need to take into account of where are we? And that sediment, though, those permafrost conditions, they vary dramatically in general from one place to another, but also locally they can be quite different from one part of a site to another part of a site. So we have to take that into account. The third thing that I think is most important is what's happened to the landscape, this area, since the burials happened. What has the alteration been? We heard about Fort Providence, where they had the burial grounds on the floodplain of the river. So the sediments were these river sediments that got deposited every once in a while. And then after a while, they shut down the cemetery. They moved some of the bodies to a new cemetery. And they turned it into a farm field where they grew potatoes. When I got there in the early 2000s, it had become a recreational area. So the changes that happen over the years also change how your search happens. Very technically and specifically, when we were doing a GPR in Fort Providence, we could see the plow layer from when they were plowing the farm field, and so that changes the signature that you're going to get. So the history of what's happened after the burials happened is important, and that varies from one location to another, depending on where you are. And then finally, Keisha mentioned this a little bit, but it's currently what's going on at the site. Plays a big role in how you're going to address searching. Some areas that I've done GPR surveys on, the site had been left and abandoned, and forest or tall willows had grown in the area. Well, it becomes near impossible to do a surface survey with a GPR if you're going in amongst tall willows and forest area. Other times, buildings get built, or the area gets paved or something like that, in which case it's really going to affect how you're going to do your search. So I didn't want to take up a lot of time. I know I'm the last one speaking today, but I just wanted to point out that when it comes to doing the search, the physical surface, looking underneath the ground search, There's a lot of variables that have to be taken into account, just as there are with the things that lead up to that, with the interviews and the archival research. And so it's something that you need to get all the experts together, get good guidance from the community, what they want out of what the final result is. You need to start thinking about what the final result you want before you start going down this road. And then as you go down the road and you learn more, that guides you as to where you go. So I think I'm going to stop there for now, but certainly open for any questions.
All right, must see Brian. Are there any questions for Brian or Crystal? No? Okay, thank you, Brian. Next up, we're going to do the last segment of this sharing circle with the rapporteur's remarks of the day. Marie Wilson, Commissioner for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. We can welcome her to the stage. Did she take off already? Okay. So after this, we'll wrap things up with Jonas Sangres sharing closing remarks. So we'll just wait for Miss Marie Wilson. So what do you guys think of what's been shared so far today? Was it useful information? Yeah, it's good. So thanks everyone for coming out. It's a lot to absorb, especially hearing the different presentations and the work going forward with this type of activity in our communities. One of the things that was brought to my attention earlier was just also the inclusion of intergenerational survivors as well in this process, in this work going forward, and just how do we involve many of us that have experiences related to the residential schools. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Miss Marie Wilson and the good work that she's been doing over the years. So Merci Marie. And give Marie a round of applause.
That's yours, eh?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. You ever in that situation where you're sitting on the runway and you don't know whether to get your computer or your book out because they're waiting for the plane to go, and then you sit there and wait and don't take anything out, and then as soon as you take something out, then they call the flight and you have to put everything away again? That's how I felt just now. I thought, I'll just slip away quickly to the washroom, but no, you have to call me right then. So I want to know where all those questions and answers were that were supposed to fill that little moment for me. Well, I just really happy to be here and just really want to honor all of you. It's been a rich day. I know we've all felt it. And I want to say a thank you to the Yellowknife Dene, as others have done, for the good welcome that we were offered as a gathering, and to the many speakers. And thank you to Stephanie Scott and the team that came in from Winnipeg to do all the operational things. I've been asked just to kind of provide a summary of the day, and you know, you've all been here and listening, so you've taken away kind of your own messages, but I feel personally I need to name two people who didn't get named specifically as I start my summary remarks. So I would like to name John Banksland and Rebecca Williams, who were both members of the Survivors Advisory Committee for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and along with Terry Brown, they were the voices from Northern Canada. And we've lost both of them. They're not the only Survivor Committee members that we've lost. But I honor them, I think of them often. And they serve today, if I may say, as a reminder of the urgency of this work that is being undertaken, the sacred work that it is, but also the urgency as we lose the expertise of survivors who are so much at the heart of it, and who really were the ones that fought to have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that the commission that then set out the important ongoing work that the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation has picked up and is championing, and in particular that work about finding the missing children, finding their names, safeguarding records, and making sure that, as Paul Andrews said earlier today, that we don't forget, that we remember what will be remembered. So I want to, not just in acknowledging the prayer song that began, but just to remind you of what we were told with the teaching that came with that prayer song. And what we were told is that it's a prayer song about the angels watching over us. And I think about those children who are now among our ancestors, and let us think of them as among the angels watching over us, even as we look for them. Jonas Sangris, our elder, said this very important message: we will make it better by talking about it. We'll make it better by talking about it, he said. And then in the lighting the Kudlik ceremony, Wanaka Ituswarjwak told us in her teaching, we greet the sun with one eye open so that we can live again, not just survive. So that we can live again, not just survive. And I just love the spirit of all those many messages and how they are the underpinnings of what everyone is trying to contribute, each in their own way. National Chief Antoine, who I think you know, he didn't brag about it himself, but I think you know as the regional chief also for the Assembly of First Nations, is the portfolio holder for the residential school file, and that includes this. So we were very lucky to have him here in our midst, because the things that he experiences and learns here, he will also be taking to national tables with colleagues across the country. And what he stressed though, and he talked about most of the work having been so far done in the South, and that he really wants to see more support and assistance to survivors here. And so for those of you who are visitors, and I've lived here for, I guess I kind of skipped my own introduction, I'm sorry. I've actually lived here for a very long time. A lot of people who know me as a TRC commissioner don't actually know where I live, so I live here. I've been here for almost 50 years now. And he said, very importantly, that we are all in this together. So it's important to register ways in which not just how our geography is distinct and different, but also our social structures and organization. We are the only place in the country that is not founded on reserves. We do not have reserves here with the exception of one. And we have a public government that has an Indigenous majority elected leadership in the public government. And we have a consensus style of government. So those things may seem peripheral, but they can be relevant to who can be called into the conversation and how partnerships can evolve, and how in other jurisdictions where people may be more polarized, there's possibility for people to come together in common purpose. We're also a huge geography with a very small population. So those of you visiting here, some of you have asked me, Yellowknife is a little under 25,000. The whole territory is 45,000. Like you can have 2 concerts, I think, in Edmonton, and you could put the whole Northwest Territories population in there. The reason that's really important to this file is because, as former Chief Jochum said, that one school alone operated for 100 years. The residential school history here is one of the longest running in the country, over 130 years. The number of residential school survivors here per capita is higher than anywhere else in the country. So it's a small population, but the impact is very long-term and very deep and very multi-generational. And the last schools closed, not just earlier, but also occasional here in the 1990s. So it's far and wide and deep. And so if you have that many schools operating for that long and you know that there were deaths in each and every school, you know that there are children still waiting to find their way home here. And we also know from the hearings in this part of the country, and that I'll also tell you, across the country, and Stephanie and Raymond and their team hold all of these records in a sacred trust for survivors right across the country. We gathered at the time of the TRC, and I know they've since gathered more statements, close to 7,000 statements. 1,000 of those were from Northern Canada. So it's a very, very high representation in the overall story that is known. So I'm just giving you that as additional context. So when Chief Antoine says we're all on this together in this region, it really is true. He also talked very importantly about reconciliation as being inside out work. That it's not everything that's out there, it's also inside out work, and stating the obvious, but it needs to be restated that it is not easy and that it is sacred work. And Stephanie talked to us about something really significant, and I think we all owe a congratulations to the team. She said this is the first time that they have been able to do a live and in-person event with all the community members. So I think for our first go, I think we're very fortunate here to have been part of hosting that. But the big work that is to make the knowledge available to communities right across the country, which is also a huge job. And we can all see who's here. We can all see a lot of people are missing. So we know it's the start of work that will be and needs to be ongoing, and the work right across Canada to find the children who never came home. I want to, just because I see their names right here next, I just want to acknowledge Tanya and Lawrence as having been terrific co-hosts, and the teachings that were also offered. And I'm getting a cue to wrap up. Is that what that means, Stephanie, when you do that? Does that mean no? Oh. I am going to go, try to go quickly here, but it was such a rich day. So I wanted to say a thing or two each about our very powerful survivors panel. And Paul started it off by focusing us on the fact that missing children are not statistics. Missing children are aunties that one never got to know. They are real family members. And the people who live in the memory of family, even among those family members who never got to know them. And as he said very importantly, what will the next generation look like? And a fear that people might forget. So what do we do now to make sure that that doesn't happen? Ernie Bernhardt told two stories that were so gripping, and just to remind us, and Brenda spoke about it later, I'll come to that, but you can't start with where are the missing children. You got to start with where are the survivors at who are gathered, and what is it they need to say. And what he told us was the heartbreak of seeing his mother as a dishwasher at the school he was at, and he wasn't allowed to approach her or talk to her. And that's just one of countless infinite examples. But what he said is it made him numb. And what he said is, as we've heard so many times, that the abuse at residential schools became normal. And he left, he said, with his head down. He left school with his head down. So all that adult life's work of trying to get your head back up again, he reminded us of that. And then he also reminded us of the really delicate balance that is at the heart of this hard work for survivors. He said, I want to break the cycle, and I don't want to talk about it. How do you reconcile those two things, and how challenging that is for every single survivor, and how inspirational it was for other survivors who are able to say, by talking about it, that has helped me heal, and to offer that inspiration, I hope, to him. Terry reminded us of the issue of triggers, and every new step of the work that goes on, there's a need for mindfulness around that and the importance of a trauma-informed process. She also talked about the importance of there being supports, of there being good communication, and she said, don't withhold information. And that comes in part, I'm sure, from researchers and other technical people coming into communities, doing stuff, no one's sure what, and then going away and you never hear about it again. So the importance of communicating back and not withholding information from each other, the importance of cooperation and collaboration, and the freedom to make a mistake without feeling that is a devastating loss or that is a failure, but it's just a mistake, and some will no doubt be made. This is new work after all. Lillian, in her very presence here, reminded us of the capacity challenge, and we saw this all over the North. One moment she's a translator, the next moment she's a panelist, then she's telling us her survivor story, and her survivor story is about how she was a health support. And now she's talking about how she's been a parent to her grandchild. And so I think that capacity issue cannot be understated. There's hugely important work here, and there is a small cadre of people who are well enough and able enough to engage in it, and many people are wearing so many hats they can barely stand up from the weight of them all. And that needs really to be understood and to be respected. She left us with a beautiful story, though, as so many survivors do, who've been working hard on their own healing, how to lift up. And she talked about the deep story of loss that is still there, the loss of her husband. Why? Because he had no voice and had no chance to use it. And yet her great hope, the very frame of the program that her grandson is involved in, called Fresh Start. And so I think every good and noble effort is a fresh start of hope. The panel we went to next, and maybe it's just the journalist in me kicking in, but I thought, this is actually a journalistic panel. We heard about the how, the where, the what, and the why. And Brenda talked about the how. She talked about how it has to be healing focused. You have to understand, do no harm. You have to have circles from your own region. You have to keep survivors informed. You have to plan. Healing has to be at the heart of your thinking in everything that you do, including statement gathering, including the importance of people understanding that they can't do harm in the statement gathering process. Raymond talked a lot about the where. He talked about other things, and so I'm really pot boiling down. But he talked about where, in terms of seeking legal parameters, the issues around jurisdictional law, where to start, where to go, where to connect, where to store. And he came right back around, start with the NCTR. It has the biggest bulk, it's the treasure trove of information that exists to date, but he also was invitational about let's keep it that way by bringing forward the new information as it becomes available, so it's not once again scattered all over the country as residential school stories themselves were and that history was. And I think that was a really important invitation. We also heard from our friend Jim Ligne a voluntary willingness to say, we have information, we're trying to provide information. So I think really important to honor efforts that are being made and make sure that none is being missed because it's not plugged into the right network or there's a blind spot. So I really wanted to just come back to that as well. And Dr. Kisha talked, forgive me, about the what. What technology do you can use this, or you can use this, or you can go aerial survey, or you can do photographs, or you can use drones, or you can use ground penetrating radar. Of course, obviously, you can use all of them in sequence, or you can use a combination. But the point she's making is the right tool for the job. And the job isn't just the technical job. The job is, what is it that the community is trying to achieve, and the importance of protocols around that to make sure that further work proceeds, not just because it can, but because people wish for it to be so, and how far are they prepared to go? And then Dr. Jacques, I've given you the why. Why are we doing this? Why do we? What does forensic mean anyway? And it's to identify, yes, but it is also to honor. It may also be to provide closure. It may also be to provide additional means to remember. It may be to provide ability to commemorate, all of those things. And I'm not going into the science of the forensic work, but right down to important decisions about not just identifying if and where, but identifying whom in some cases, but with a really important caution that in a lot of cases that may never be possible, which is why we've always talked about the need for something to be really the tomb of the unknown child, because we know we will never be able to find and locate and identify every single child who went missing. And we need to be honest in managing expectations about that in a reverent way. Lawrence gave us a beautiful teaching about the drum, and I loved the story of that and its connection to prayer and how that comes together. And I think we all get lifted by the role that culture plays for all of us. We had a case study from Northwest Territories, and I just want to zero in, well, we actually had two case studies, one being Fort Providence, which is one of the longest running schools, probably is the longest running in the Northwest Territories. But that it really underscored that complexity of where you have children from all over the place in one school site. And there was also a hospital there, which is also the case in Aklavik. So who was a student and who was a patient, and that probably will never be fully known. But the fact that people did not get to go home is a shared experience nonetheless. But what he underscored in terms of the needs, the importance, again, to plan, to research, to be sensitive to the community. But he said we also need advice, we need technical support, and we need trauma support. Those were very clear needs that he articulated, and probably almost as a hesitancy to proceed unless there's certainty that that's in place. And Beverly Ligne talked about work that's done in, we all heard it, but what I just wanted to underscore in hers is, we found 12, she said. We commemorated and honored 12. We were able to mark, we had ceremony. She talked about gave her own real life example of community tours and so on. But she also said there are 900. So the big work and the importance of the work being sustainable, and the sustainability of approaches, and the importance of the sustainability of political will, both public and Indigenous, to ensure that the work can continue and that the center can continue to do its work. And we all have a role to play there to ensure that that political goodwill lasts for the duration that it's going to be needed. And then Stephen came back to add to Joachim's, and the thing I wanted to really stress on what he had to share with us of the example of what our family did is to register the incredible and specific role and responsibility that is put on the host community, where, as Stephen said it very beautifully, who are holding all our children. So it isn't just, it's the community, but it has this sacred stewardship, ongoing responsibility on behalf of many families. And that is, I think that's something that has to be factored in somehow. How does that work for the long term, get supported and get honored? I think Leela's performance spoke for itself, just how culture heals us and lifts us. And we had a wonderful presentation from Crystal and from Brian. Crystal really stressed the role and importance of elder advisors. And she underscored themes we heard earlier in the day, the need to be organized, to do good, and to do no harm. So what is the motivation? The motivation of this can't be a doctorate. The motivation of this has got to be community good. And then Brian Moorman talked to us a bit about permafrost and willow growth and other things that are particular to the north. And that challenge of Canada being such a huge country, as I one time said, it's a great country, but it needs editing. So again, about tailoring the approach to the particular place, not just in the tools, but in the place itself. And so that is not only about technical expertise, but it again is underscoring the importance of community guidance. The last thing I wanted to say is to recall two things. And one was the last prayer song we were offered by the Yellowknife Dene. And the teaching we were given about the journey song. Bobby Dragis told us it's to make sure we are taking care of each other. Make sure we are taking care of each other. So I want us just to remember that and hold that as we are about to leave here. And maybe myself as also a mother and grandmother, I just want to say that having known Leela since she was a little girl, how inspirational and touching it is to hear her reclaiming. And I found myself thinking when she was singing Ne bébé naison, the children are good, the children are happy. I like to think, I'm going to cling to thinking that the children are happy to know that we have not forgotten them and that we are still looking for them and that they are still well loved. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wilson, and thank you all again to our amazing presenters today. We'd like to acknowledge them by name, the Dene National Chief and the AFN Regional Chief for the Northwest Territories, Jerry Antoine, NCTR Executive Director, Stephanie Scott, Paul Andrew, Ernie Bernhardt, Terry Brown, Lillian Elias, Brenda Reynolds, Raymond Frogner, Keisha Supernant, Rebecca Jacks, Joe Combonatures, Beverly Lenny, Crystal Frazier, and Brian Mormon. We also want to give a big thank to our cultural performers today, Leela Gilday. I think my hair stood straight up on my arms when she was singing. That's absolutely amazing. And the lessons that we learned, and Bobby and the Yellowknife Dene drummers, thank you very much to them. And of course, thank you to our language keepers, Lillian Elias, Cecilia Wood, Madeline Garain, Caroline Candonia, Constantine Cultibanis, I apologize if that's not right, Frances Kushner. And of course, a big thank you again to Commissioner Wilson for her role as the rapporteur for today. And we have not forgotten about the people online that have been with us virtually today and everyone that has joined the conversation. Thank you, and thank you for the honor of letting Lawrence and I walk this journey with you today. Masicho. So to close, we're going to do a couple of things. I think, Monica, did you want to do the return to the killing? No, so my apologies. We'll ask Dene Elder Jonas Sangris to come up and do a closing prayer for us.
I think it's been a long day for you people and a lot of elders. I know, same thing with me. I got involved in the politics in 1983. I've been sitting on a table like this for so many years. I know how you feel this today. It's important that you guys are here. You know, listen to some of you speakers, you know, went through a hard time. But I think, well, hopefully we'll get over it. I don't know how we're going to do that, but something that we're not a boss of, only creator that will help us do that and guide us. And another thing that I hope creator will guide you home to your loved ones. Every one of you here today, you know that nothing happened. It's very important to ask for guidance every day, because always remember the elders. Whatever you do, get up in the morning, say your prayer, and they'll look after you that day. So tonight, I wanted to say thank you for all being here today, this morning, and the last day, because this, you know, something you listen to like that, it's really important. I'd like to thank every one of you coming in the Dragons territory of Yellowknife did it. That's like everyone to say a Lord's Prayer that, you know, it's important that will guide you on the way home. With that, we'll say one our Father, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. The tar vi har tjådan och så var sitt här till det. Man ser